Happy Saturday, my friends. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope things are going super well for you. Don't mind me, chat. I was stupid and just cut myself because I had a scab and I didn't realize it was scab and I scratched it and and it's one of those things where like I was doing something and I was like, wow, I smell blood. I looked down at my hand. Because I scratched myself and I have blood on my fingernail. Oh, yeah, we're good. Hi, Sebby. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. I'd say you'd see a Mallow, but she moved. Mom left, so therefore she left. She was sitting next to the cinnamon roll. She was sitting next to the cinnamon roll. Chat, I hate this. Hold on. Oh, I hate it, chat. Okay. And then... But welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you for the check-in, Mystic. Thank you for the check-in, Remy. Thank you for the check-in, Maine. Thank you for the check-in, Kai. Hi, Sabu. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. I'm adjusting myself. I'm trying to look cute on camera, chat. Is it working? Ow. Ow. There's a knot in my hair. Ow. 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 That hurts. Don't do that, chat. I don't know what the hell knotted in my hair, but ow. Damn, it's sticky. Why is my hair sticky? Welp. But yeah, chat. Today we're doing a lads stream. It's Lads Day. Everybody celebrate the lads. Or something. Oh, we do that. And then, hold on, chat. We don't hear nothing because I have everything muted. There we go. There we go. Let me know if that's too loud, chat. So I had my camera running all morning. I had different things set up, so we should be, knock on wood, we should be good. We should be okay, hopefully. I would like to be. But chat, I also want to show you guys some stuff since we have each other on camera and, oh shit.
What do you want me to write? A love letter? If you're willing to accept it, I'll write one.
I lost his ring. I lost the stain ring. I didn't lose it! I didn't lose it. It got stuck under a marker. So I got stuff though, chat. And I was saving it for today because today is a Lads Day, and I was like, you know what, might as well. So back in forever and a day ago.
A love letter.
Yeah. I get it.
If you're willing to accept it, I'll write one.
What's on that screen? I love it, but shh, quiet, my child. But yeah, so we got some stuff in the mail the other day, and I wanted to show you guys. Some of it I've opened, some of it I haven't, because it was just easier. So first, chat, I will show you is a ring because the ring is open. Chat, I'm so washed out. Jesus. Why am I so pale? Why am I so pale? I'm gonna tell. Okay. I'm gonna just judge myself the entire time, chat. Also, if you notice, this is just a Twitch only stream, chat, so we could be chaotic. And then, you know, I get to post all this shit online. But, oh, I meant to translate it. Okay, we're gonna translate it together, chat. So I got this cute little gift bag. It says love in deep space. It's so cute. It's so pretty. This is like what the ring came in. And then it came with a beautiful white felt box. And then, hold on, figure. And then it just sat nicely in there. And let me see if I can show you guys the actual ring. Oh, maybe not. Is it focus? Focus. Focus. No focus? Oh god, oh. Okay, well, it's a jasmine with it like a diamond center, and then little jewels like in the petals. Yeah, it's the Zane one. It was so funny, chat, because I ordered this or pre-ordered this before I got engaged to Doc, and it was one of those things where like it was around the time him and I were kind of talking about it. Um, we like hadn't gone shopping. I hadn't showed him what I liked, whatever. But I showed Kai that I pre-ordered this, and she's like, "Oh, is that the ring?" And I was like, "Well, it's a ring. It's not the ring." I think Doc would have like flipped a shit if I had agreed to this because this is like $50. Beautiful though, but definitely looks like it's a cheap ring. Also, it is a one size fits all. So like the bottom is open so you can expand it. I need to lose weight so I can press it just a little bit. Just a little bit. Because it likes to pinch my one finger. my one finger must be just a smidge bigger on the right hand than on the left. Yeah, all of it was pre-ordered back in like June or November for shipping in February. So, but then it also came with this. And then it has this beautiful thing that's written in Chinese. I'll translate it. And then it has another card in it that was just kind of left blank. And then just says something in Chinese that I have to translate. So let's pull out my phone. That's not my phone. Two phones with the same case is not good. Go to my Google Translate. So chat, I work for a Chinese company. So Google Translate and me, best of friends. Doc's back. All right, let me use my camera. All right, so chat, it's changing what it's saying. What? Chat, he just, I don't understand. I don't know what you're doing. Hello's judging me. He's like, where's my lunch? Where's my lunch? You left and I was so sad. I was crying all around the house. Dad didn't tell me that he was gonna get me a Happy Meal. I don't think he's gonna get me a Happy Meal. I'm so sad. Chad, he thinks I'm lying, but I was in the bathroom getting ready and she's meow, meow, meow. All right, let me get back. So this card, Chad, one that is blank. I have hair on me. Come on, translate. I know you want to do it. It goes, so let's swear an oath by Jasmine, then they never fail to appear during any flowering season. That's really sweet. It's so sweet. And then this. I'm trying to translate the front of the card and it said no. Okay. Things to note. Oh, it's the notes to care for it, chat. That's all in a language I don't read. Things to note. Precaution. Silver jewelry is made of a soft material, so please do not bend it forcefully and avoid impact or friction with hard objects. Too late. Due to the material and properties of silver jewelry, scratches and oxidation upon exposure to air are unavoidable nature occurrences. It is recommended to clean and maintain it regularly with a soft cloth. Fun fact, chat, they gave you a soft cloth. Oh no, that's it. If not wearing the jewelry for an extended period, store it in a sealed bag to prevent oxidation and discoloration. Silver jewelry is prone to oxidation and should not come into contact with water. When not wearing it, please store in a clean, dry, and sealed container. Please be careful not to let the jewelry come into direct contact with perfumes, cosmetics, creams, or other corrosive chemicals. Wearing jewelry for an extended period or while showering or sweating may cause the plating to fade or oxidize. Love it. So great. Alright, I'm gonna go back into here. Actually, you can go into this one. Cleaning cloth can go into this one. Hey, if you're gonna stand over there, can you go in the ShopRite bag and throw me a water? Oh, chat, and then it had this. This was in the other envelope, it just fell out. How pretty! That's so pretty. I'm so freaking zoomed in because of the camera, but like, hey, it's all pretty. It's well worth the pre-order. There, you go in there. Oh my god, hair, stop shedding. So there's that, chat. Hi, that's so cute. All right, and then the second thing I got, chat. Back in the bag. Put you back in the bag. Do 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 do. My hair. He came home. I also ordered Silas, but he didn't ship yet. But I got the Neroid. The best is when it came in, Doc was looking at it and he goes, "What the hell's that?" And I was like, "Neroid. You know, like Starian and the other ones that I have in the curio cabinet." He's like, "Yeah, but like of who?" Love and Deepspace. And then it came with whatever this is, chat. I don't know what this is. Deepspace. This reminds me of when I used to play Mystic Messenger and I'd buy their merch. Oh shit, it's cards. That's fucking adorable, chat. Here. So in this little box, oh my god. Chat, I like did stuff with my eyes and there's still dark circles around them. Should have been a gremlin today. Remy, you're lucky I like you. So in this little envelope were these 5 cards. Got this one. They're in a sleeve, so there's a slight reflection. This one. This one. You got a little seal. And this one. Little ice crystal. And then it looks like it. Oh, I guess it's from like the secret times because it has a play button on it, a play and stop, and then says 9:05. Oh no. 9:05. Is that his birthday? Hey, is his birthday the 5th, chat? I know it's in September. I don't know. That's adorable. Back in its little hole. Okay. Alright. My garbage can's not there. I can't throw it out. Alright, chat. It's typed. Alright. Right up the box, chat. Don't tell anyone. See, chat, you guys didn't know I was gonna do a building stream today, right? Go figure. Okay, so according to this, now Astarian was the same way and Astarian is missing pieces, but it should have ice crystals, sunglasses. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Maybe a seal, but it's from like a top-down angle, so it's hard to see. Yeah, it's him holding his heel. Okay. So, let's see. Let me undo. Hi, Remy! Remy, did you see the ring? I'm going over the stuff that I got from Lads. So one of the things that I ordered was Zane's ring. That is so hard to focus on. And then the other thing I'm doing right now is opening the Neroid. Well, stop it. How dare you, Remy? Okay. Let's get Zainal opened up. And then him and a starry. Starting to put away already. Right? It's really pretty. It took a while to get it like to a place that I liked it. in terms of how it fit on my finger, but okay. Did I just put his? No, I did not put his pants on backwards. Chat, we're okay. Okay. I gotta pop his face off, chat. No. I hate. But do I? What do you mean? Does he need? I mean, he looks really weird without pants. I popped his legs off by accident. I'm trying to get his face off so I can remove the plastic. Chat, neuroids scare the crap out of me because I'm so scared to breaking them. Right! He needs pants. He needs them. But they gave him a booty. He. Chat, I can't get his face off. His body just popped off. Zane, can your face just come off the holder, please? I beg it. There. I just want to get the plastic off his face. Alright. So this is his like standard face. Then he's got another faceplate that's more of a smile instead of the stoic. And then he has a face that's been injured. I want the smiling face, but I'm struggling to get his face to pop off. Chat again, I'm always so scared with these. Ow. His hair just poked my fingernail, chat. Unhand! Unhand! Got it. Okay. Pop off. And pop on. Alright, now just pop into place. Come on. Okay. There's his face. And then there goes his hair. Alright. We got to the happy Zane. But only kinda. Does it get all cute and then suddenly not be cute anymore? And then I want him to hold the seal, chat. I had to think of which candy goes to. Candy by J Park. I have never heard of that artist. Zane has no arm. Oop. Look, chat, he's holding his little seal. He's like, here, MC. Hold it, it's so pretty. Okay. And then we give him glasses because he's hotter with the glasses. And that's just a very biased opinion, chat. But it is the correct one. Uh-oh. Oh, he's probably attached to his hair. God damn it. Okay. See, it just makes it look so much better. Right? Unless you sleep with him, like, in bed properly with the app, then he takes them off. He's my napping buddy, chat. Because it's, like, really nice background noise, so when I'm trying to take a nap, I can focus on, like, one thing. Silas is too loud. so we don't do Silas very often. Now where did his tray go? I've never done any of the others, so I wouldn't know. Too loud or talks too much. He actually talks quite a lot. Like, I'm a very light sleeper, and if I'm on the cusp of taking a nap or cusp of falling asleep in general, and I hear noise, I snap awake, and the amount of times he has done this to me, I'm like, why? Shush. You're not helping the situation. It's a mouth breather. See, I am too, because of my sinuses, so I can't I can't say anything. Okay. Chat. I have hair in my face. Send help. Okay. Xavier talks too much. He's too busy talking about the snacks that he wants. Alright, put this in his back. Oh, you actually came with like claws and shit. Look at that. Alright, well, I don't really need them. So put you into this slot. Chat, you'll never believe it. This was made in China. And there he is, chat! There he is! He's so pretty! Look at him! He's so good to go! His feet need to touch the thing. There we go. He's so cute! He's so cute. I want to keep him like on my mic stand for right now, but it's tilted, so he'll just slide off. So I'll just keep him next to me over here. And then my phone can go back over here. Be proud of me, you guys. I did dailies already. Unlike yesterday where I did them at like 9 o'clock at night. Okay. But yeah, so that's what I got. I'm very happy about it. Silas is arriving eventually at some point. All I know is I pre-ordered Silas and I pre-ordered Zane. But I ordered the ring of Zane because I was like, that's really pretty. And I didn't get the ring of Silas. Give him a day before he's taken by the... He's going to curio cabinet. Just like Astarion, they're going at the curio cabinet. Oh, chat, I don't think I ever sold you this properly. I have this standee too. He needs to go to curio cabinet. He sits on my desk. His stand keeps falling off because of Cat. I was doing something. I was cleaning my desk the other day, and I see him on the floor. I'm like, aw, she knocked him down. Let me make some space. Oh my god, Chad, my hair. Poor Crow. Well, I mean, it's Zane, so there's no Crow. But, yeah, pretty much. Okay, chat. Let me do this real quick. Oh god! You shouldn't have opened! That will make a mess everywhere. Do that because I need color on my face, otherwise I will just scream at myself. Alright. I don't know. Ow! My hair is sticky and I don't know why! Ow! Dad, I don't know what got in my hair! I showered this morning too. Ow. 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 Alright, chat. I wrote down all of the cards. I wrote down all of the cards that we need to watch. Chat, you're in the wrong spot. You should be on the other screen. That hurts like a bitch. Okay. I don't think so. Like, she's been snuggly, but he hasn't been licking me. I don't know. I probably touched something and it was sticky. Because that would be my luck. Alright, chat, there you go. You can go home. I just use a beanie. When I used to be a cam streamer, like before I went VTuber, I always wore wigs and I always wore a hat. I'm not gonna lie, I miss that. Because I could like form the hair nice. And then the beanie was just to help it not look like, because you would see the top of the wig. And you know, they were like all colored or whatever, like in purples and pinks. So they didn't obviously look like authentic, good natural hair. The biggest thing is right now, so I'm trying to have the hair like shape my face because chat, I'm not gonna lie, I do not like how I look today. We're just coming out for it. But I'm here. So I'm trying to get my hair to like just make me feel less so, but it's just tickling the crap out of my face. And I had like a hair tie, like a clip, but it's in the bathroom. I'm too lazy to go get it. So that's all right, chat. It's fine. We're here. Stay there, iPad. So, in this beautiful Dawn Trail book that has my phonetically speaking words of Dawn Trail is a list, chat, of all of the memories we're going to watch today. We've got an Xavier one, a Raph one, a Zane one, a Silas one, a Zane one, a Raph, and then 3 Zanes. I did in the dryer. Like I'm in my Riding the Waves hoodie. I'm comfortable. It's gonna be a gremlin today. It doesn't help too that I'm not like in my actual headphones. But I can't, because everything is just like being weird. I don't want to have anything get fucked up. So all of my good stuff is being used. All right, chat, I'm gonna go grab my clip. Hold on. Who has that hoodie? What? Okay. All right, chat, hold on. I'm tying it back like I do for work. You ever come to my job, chat, you will 9 times out of 10 see my hair up. I punch in, I go to my desk, turn my computer on, go put my lunchbox in the kitchen, you know, in the fridge. Then I come back, put my hair up, and start the day. All right, now I gotta give myself some bangs so I don't look like a dude. Signs I need to get my hair cut. I can't do my curtain bangs. Yep. I have a Critical Role jacket that I was wearing to work for a while. Until work decided to stink it up and I had to wash it really badly. Oh my god, my BST. Nice! Hell yeah. Alright, we're good, chat. Is that better? I think we're better. Alright, so let me open my book. So, yeah, surprise! Surprise! I guess we're gonna start in the order that I have written them down because that makes sense. So, the first one. Let's see if I don't fuck this up, chat. Nope. I always fuck it up. I always forget which one is the cards and which one's the secret times. Romantic afternoon. That's what we're gonna start with. We'll start with Xavier. Also, chat, fun fact, I don't think I've watched like any of his. Yeah. 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 I have a lot. But this is the problem. This is the problem. So like I'm sitting on all these gems, right? Like, that's a ton of gems. And like Silas's birthday is coming up. So like it'd be perfect to watch his myths and to watch his memories and to have all of those like all of those gems come back from that requires time and effort and a wantingness to actually do it. And I don't have any of that. Okay. See, my original goal, chat, my original goal was to like on Wednesdays sit and record all of the lads cards or like do like 2 lads cards a week. So it's like an hour, easy peasy. I edit them really quickly. I post them up online. It's great. It's wonderful. I have not had a Wednesday where I've been free, or if I have a Wednesday, I'm so burnt out from the other stuff I was doing during the week. I haven't wanted to. So we need to have this play. Because that was borkin'. It was borked, chat. We're not gonna talk about how borked it was. Alright. Chat, I love my iPad. I just wish the cord wasn't... Okay. I'm gonna hold my iPad upside down, chat. Because plug is on the bottom. Which is such a pain in the ass because I want to put my iPad down. And I can't. Alright, stay there. Be cute. We thought this through. We totally thought this through. There's my Care Bear. I have a ton of holders, chat. One of them will work. Zane, have you seen my thing? Ooh, I didn't find my thing, but haha! It's for my PlayStation 5 controller! It popped off and I was going nuts looking for it. It's been on my desk. It was just hiding. Yeah, he's watching too. He's my napping bear. I use him as a pillow. I like to sleep on him too. I mean, she's got a good taste, chat. She gets that from me. Alright, well, I can't. Nope. Okay, you're gonna be a later project. I can't. I was looking for my Care Bear holder. I have a phone holder that is a Care Bear, a Barker, and I can't find it because my other one seems to be stuck. Let's not dox myself with my pills. It's a block problem. Oh my god, drive me crazy. Alright. Okay. I did it, chat. Oh, maybe I didn't. Okay. We did it! I solved the problem, chat. We're good. Everything's great. I'm not used to having a camera on. So like typically when I used to stream, all of my stuff was like as far away from the camera as possible. But now since I went VTuber for so many years, like, and everything that's underneath it doesn't matter. All right, so we said we were watching Romantic Afternoon. Thank you, Remy. You get bonus points for calling me pretty. What they turn into, I don't know.
7, 8. Ah, I found the 9th one.
Really? Then what did I just pick up? Sighing, Xavier takes my small basket and pulls out a small light bulb.
A light bulb.
So that's why it was really smooth. Rubbing my eyes, I put the innocent bulb back onto the tree branch. Xavier frowns, furrows his brow.
Do you feel exhausted?
Hold on, chat. All right, Xavier, you get points too. Using what strength I can, I smile weakly at him. I'm fine. In tip-top shape, actually. I'm just about ready to pass out.
Were you injured? Or are you sick?
Insomnia. Seeing that I'm just tired, the worry in Xavier's eyes fades. He seems to empathize with me.
Go home and rest.
This fruit isn't going anywhere.
I'll end up just lying down in bed staring at the ceiling. I won't be able to sleep. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
Try to hear an echo. Give me a second. I have the pleasure of playing with Discord. Mello also likes to eat Discord. I sigh and give up on trying to be comforted by a guy who can sleep anytime, anywhere.
I do know some things that might help. Would you like to try them?
Chad, do you hear like an echo? Or is it just me? Yeah, this is true. See, I can do that. At least I used to be able to. Cars, planes, trains, the floor. Perfect. If it's just me, it's fine. Under a desk. Under a table. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay, good. So it's just my headphones being weird. Since Xavier is willing to help me deal with my insomnia, I feel the need to express my gratitude. I immediately buy a bunch of his favorite snacks as an advance payment of sorts. For a while, Xavier and I take turns munching on the snacks, eating them during our research. Praying to the moon before bed can help fall asleep. What the? Xavier, are these even remotely helpful?
Maybe some of them.
Like...
Drinking warm milk, taking a hot bath, fighting wanderers. I've done it all. They do help me sleep better.
Chad, if I take a... Well, maybe not a bath, but if I take a really hot shower, two things will either happen. I will either be wide awake or I'll want to pass out. Might help. Yeah. Isn't that because you never had trouble sleeping anyway? Xavier pauses as he holds a cookie shaped like a teddy bear. He has a realization.
Oh.
I toss my phone aside and sigh, giving up on that list of weird sleeping aids.
I found another one. Do you want to take a
If
look?
I shower like in the morning, I will want to pass out. If I shower like say after stream at like 10 o'clock at night, I'll be up all night. The light dims and Xavier shoves a phone right in front of my face. Since yawning is contagious, maybe the same can be said about a good sleep. Oh, it sounds a little scientific.
Yeah.
I grab his phone to read more. If you're suffering from insomnia, you could try sleeping next to a friend or partner who's a deep sleeper.
Huh?
Try sleeping next to a friend or partner who's a deep sleeper. I keep reading only to immediately cover the screen with a loud slap. I smile sheepishly. It's saying you could pass on your good sleep disease to me, I think. Oh, right. Isn't it time for you to go to bed? Yeah, you're a child. Go to bed.
Sleeping here tonight?
On second thought, this seems a little weird.
There are plenty of ways to cure insomnia. Sure, this method isn't exactly scientific, but don't knock it until you've tried it.
The best is we're like neighbors. Isn't he up? He's either up a floor above me or like down the hall from me, something like that.
Sleep is important, yet also a mystery after all.
How very philosophical of you.
You can sleep on the couch. It's comfy.
I do sleep on the couch. It's very comfy. Is that it? Sensing my doubt, Xavier lowers his gaze and speaks in a soft voice. One floor above me. Okay.
Almost all of your gratitude. It'd be weird if I couldn't help you.
All right, let's try it. A few moments later, he drags out a big, soft beanbag chair from his bedroom. And this is?
The couch is too far away from the bedroom. If I'm going to infect you with my sleepiness, I should be closer.
After turning on a nightlight, Xavier grabs a blanket, puts on a sleeping mask, and settles down in the beanbag chair, getting into a sleep-ready position. I'm jealous, chat. I couldn't do a sleeping mask. I probably couldn't sleep comfortably in a big beanbag chair either, though.
I hope you can sleep
Right?
well. Good night.
Look, he's already passed out. Good night. I want that. Nearby, Xavier is so quiet that I can almost believe he's not there. Meanwhile, I'm wide awake.
You still can't fall asleep?
Ah, did I wake you?
No, I'm just getting myself ready.
Or what? You were passed out! How? Are you counting stars?
I'm not thinking about anything, actually. I just close my eyes and wait.
Then it's my thoughts that are keeping me awake. A muffled chuckle comes from beneath the blanket, and Xavier moves to his side.
What are you thinking about?
A sleeping mask with a faint yellow Z faces me. It's like a string of cartoonish Z's representing sleep is plastered on his head. A lot of things. I just can't stop thinking about them either. This couch is really comfortable. The moon is still bright, and maybe I had an early dinner. While ensnared in my thoughts, I hear a rustling sound coming from Xavier's location. I see his sleeping mask hanging around his neck. He's sort of sitting up, pondering.
I think I know why you can't sleep. Let me try something.
He walks from the living room to the kitchen. I keep rolling around on the couch, trying to keep him in my sight. When Xavier reappears, I'm wrestling my way out of the blanket.
Milk and chocolate cookies. They won't make you feel full, but they're warm and sweet. You'll feel sleepy in no time.
Milk along with cookies to dip in it. They taste sweet. I devour this special snack in one go, and it definitely eases some of the restlessness I've been feeling.
I figured you were hungry. Why else would you be flip-flopping on my couch like a pancake?
Was that a joke?
Yeah. My jokes tend to suck. If I tell you some more, you'll be so bored that you'll fall asleep.
Chad, I like his shirt. But it also bugs me because it's multi-layered. So like the line at the bottom underneath, like the string side, bothers me. Like that's really cute, the kite. But then because it stops and then has another white layer, I like it, but it pisses me off. I feel like it should be two-toned or something. I hesitate for a moment, then smile. With that face in your bedhead, even the most boring conversation would be interesting. What should I do?
What do you...
Caleb was the same way. Something of Caleb's, I was like, I like it, but like, what the fuck is this? I think it was his sleeves. He touches his cowlick.
Don't look at me then.
The moon is high in the sky, yet I'm still awake. The beanbag chair has been moved to be right next to the couch. Xavier is on it, just within reach.
Did you call out to me?
No, I was just trying to see if you're asleep.
Not yet. What are you doing?
Blowing away a strand of hair for you.
But you're blowing air at my head.
Duh. A person's head usually has hair, right?
It's been an hour. Are you still not tired?
Let's talk. If we chat about boring things, I might fall asleep.
Okay. How does the origin of neutron stars and pulsars sound?
Look, Jenny's already falling asleep. It's so boring of a topic for him that it... Rude. Isn't that stuff interesting? While I rack my brain for a mundane topic, Xavier becomes quiet again. Are you sleeping, Xavier? I peek over the sofa and see Xavier smiling. Even that big sleeping mask can't hide the fact that he's having a good dream. Xavier? Xavier? Is he actually asleep? Seeing him sleep so peacefully makes me feel like I spotted a big kitty at a cat cafe, fast asleep with its belly up. Xavier, if you're actually asleep, make a small sound. Biting my lip, I slowly lean over the edge of the couch with a mischievous glint in my eyes. I poke his ear. Poke. Oh, are you awake? I quickly retreat, but he just moves slightly and covers the ear I had poked. I pull the blanket down and move closer to the beanbag chair. I poke his head and then pinch his cheeks. Pinch his cheeks. Pinch them. Xavier's peaceful dream is finally disrupted. He scratches his face and then buries his head into the beanbag chair. He's like a big kitty, scratching his head, loafing, and burying his face in I've seen Xavier fall asleep before, but I never realized that Xavier could have so many amusing reactions when sleeping. As I mourn the inevitable end of the night, I up at the ante with my attacks on Xavier. Face. Right? Like, honestly, he is a gem. Because if you do this to me while I'm sleeping, I will punch you. I will wake up and I will punch you. Hold on, chat. Savvy, if you don't say anything now, I'm taking your silence as a... Oh, it's on the wrong screen. Hold on, chat. I need something from another screen. Before I can react, he pulls me onto the beanbag chair. I sink deep into it. There we go. His eyes aren't completely open, but there's a cold look on his face. When I come to my senses, I notice I'm tightly wrapped in a blanket. I can't move my hands.
Sleep.
It's gonna kill me, chat. That's how I'm gonna sleep. Before I can even say a word, a fuzzy sensation covers my eyes. It's the Z sleeping mask. Sunlight shines past the curtains and it hits my face. I pull off the sleeping mask and feel dazed for a moment. Why am I back on the couch? Wait, it's noon. I must have slept well. Still curled up in the beanbag chair, Xavier is out cold. Remembering what he did last night, an idea comes to life in my now active mind. I should get back at you for that little attitude. What little attitude? I did it! I was the one that was a dick to him. Like, how dare he defend himself while trying to sleep? Taking out the stickers and hand puppets that came with the snacks I bought, I grinned to myself. It's time to quickly kick off my ultimate revenge. I'm such a little nightmare. Oh, but the hand puppet.
What are you?
I'm gonna boop him. Get booped. Get booped. It is really cute of a puppet. I feel bad waking him though, but you know, it's a cute puppet.
I thought I dreamt I got a sweet kiss for a moment there.
Mwah.
Is a kiss on the cheek your new way of saying good morning? Good morning.
Right? Oh, those are my legs. I thought those are his legs. I was like, damn, he
Did
got
you
thin
plan all
legs.
this? Is this flower over?
I would have put on his cheek. Come on,
It
MC.
feels more like a punishment. If you really want to use the sticker of a bunny being hit with a carrot, I'll try my best to stop from resisting. How'd you sleep? My couch is comfy, isn't it?
Adorable. Adorable.
If it worked, you can visit me next time you can't sleep.
It did, but borrowing some of your good sleep is a little risky.
Is it?
I add more fuel to the fire. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, you would have pinned me down last night. What?
I don't remember that. Aside from me, do you have any other friends who can sleep this well?
No, you scared them all off with your jealousy. He meets my gaze and waits for my answer. Well, of course not.
So I'm your only option.
Holding back a chuckle, I playfully touch his cowlick with the puppet. I guess you're my savior when it comes to insomnia. How should I thank you? Suppressing a yawn, Xavier grabs the puppet that my hand is in. He pulls it and uses it as a pillow. He rubs his eyes before closing.
I think 5 more minutes together will do.
Adorable. Adorable. Right. That I think is my favorite. Like, because he gets so jealous. He's a jealous little boy. He just really loves MC and doesn't want anyone to take her. Okay. This is mine. This is mine. No touch. Okay. I got gems. All right, chat. Let's mark this off with my, ready for it, chat? Ready? Writing the waves pen. It's a one of a kind, because it's only the only one in the world that's made. Little things in life, chat. It's little things in life. All right. Now I got, go to Raphael. And then we're going to go to Whispers. Whispers, chat. Can't be too loud. But he's another one where I have like a bajillion and a half to watch. I just haven't. And then I don't have a bunch of his as well. And his myths. For some reason, I thought I watched these. I did not. It was just from the whatchamacallit, from the MSQ. Whispers. Whispers. Love whispers. There are 3 assumptions people often have. He looked at me just now. He looked at me again. Is he looking at? He's looking at naked lady, chat. Did you just glance at me, Raphael?
My eyes are glued to my work. I don't have the time to sneak glances. I think work is getting to you. Slack off whenever you can. Lincoln City isn't gonna fall apart right away. But Reddy is gonna starve if he's not fed on time.
Who's ready? You sure like to beat around the bush, huh? I whisper softly to Reddy, who's in the fish tank. I saw his reflection in the glass. He was definitely staring at me.
What did you just say?
Oh, nothing. Reddy is full, and now I'm hungry.
It's not even 11 yet. Are you sure?
I feed your fish, but don't get free food as a reward? That's lame.
Fine, fine. We can eat now. How does grilled fish sound?
You're gonna eat fish in front of Reddy? That's terrible. If I was just imagining things with Raphael looking at me, then this...
Seriously? This fine piece of art is giving off an energy fluctuation?
It's not a one-off situation. Once we thoroughly checked it, we'll return it.
Okay. By the way,
What is it? Thomas winks at me.
ever since we got here, someone's been sneaking glances every now and then.
I turn around, and sure enough, I lock eyes with Raphael. Raphael, is it you?
No.
Liar. This again? Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 times. What would 3 times be? A few days ago, a renowned local fashion magazine suddenly reached out to Raphael for an interview. After scheduling it, the magazine's journalist came over to discuss the details with Raphael. So chat, I'm just happening to look at like his space, and I get it, it's blue paint and splotches of paint, but if you don't look at it right, it looks like there's glass all over the floor, and I really had to stop and tell myself it wasn't, that it's just paint.
We're thinking of 3 or 4 questions. We'll create an outline and pass it to you for review, Mr. Raphael.
Mr. Raphael.
Sure.
Can we set up the shoot to be 3 days from now?
Okay.
He's so bored. Even though he's having a serious discussion about work, I can't help but feel Raphael doesn't care about it. Why else would I be meeting his gaze whenever I look over at him? Because you love him. Did something happen to him? After the journalist leaves, Raphael drags a chair over to me and leans against the back of it.
I see you've graced my studio with your wonderful presence today. Does
Right?
Lincoln not need you?
Lincoln doesn't need my protection next week.
How come?
Unicorns is letting us take vacations in rounds. Now it's my turn.
So, what are you gonna do?
Two days later, in the early hours of the morning, I sit back on a sofa in the airport lounge, exhausted. Next to me, Raphael's in high spirits. Look at those lounge chairs.
Stop
My
being
God.
cranky.
See, Chad, I'm too poor to fly into with a lounge, so that's really nice.
Hunters rarely get a holiday this long. Didn't you say you'd make the most of it? Not to mention, your vacation is right where my outdoor shoot is gonna be. We can keep each other company.
It sounds good on paper, but it's 6:30 in the morning right now. I've been up since 5. Is anyone in a good mood when catching a flight at this time?
Will you feel better if I'm your pillow on the plane?
Yes. Absolutely yes. He's not going to sass me. Something's definitely up. The questions that have been bugging me these past few days drive away my drowsiness. When Raphael glances up from his phone to look at me for the third time, I finally ask him, Raphael, why do you keep looking at me? That little turd. He reveals a small smile, neither confirming nor denying, and then looks at his phone. I feel there's something about his expression at that moment, but it's just a gut feeling. Let's play a game. From now on, if I catch you sneaking glances at me, you owe me. It's non-negotiable.
That's not fair. I won't play. But if we add another rule, like if I catch you sneaking glances at me, you owe me. It's non-negotiable. And now that the rules are decided, you shouldn't have a reason to say no. The game starts now.
Close my eyes. Don't look. Raphael doesn't wait for my response and just focuses on his phone. Huh? The rules are fine, but isn't he at least a little curious about why I'd want to play a weird game? A few minutes later. The boarding gate is right behind me. Raphael looked up a few times. Was he checking the boarding time? I stare at Raphael now. He's completely focused on his phone. Before I can even react, Raphael suddenly looks up. They're so cute.
Are you sneaking glances at me? Too late. Do you need my help with something? Is that why you want to play this game?
No.
Then why don't you get me a cup of coffee? Reasonable, yeah?
His, coming off of the Xavier card, his expressions in this one are so much more animated and just, I just want to pinch some cheeks. It's a little fizz gig.
You're the one who wanted to play.
With no other choice, I buy Raphael a coffee. I bet it's a bougie coffee, chat. Like a fancy
Nice.
Starbucks with a million shots of something. I'm just accepting my loss for this round.
I was talking about the coffee. Coffee's nice.
I want to ruffle his hair, chat. Also, is it like purple with darker purple highlights at the tips? Huh. Right? He's staring at us. Your TV, I think? I don't have hiccups.
It's
A
just
few minutes
game.
later.
Why are you so nervous?
Oh, it's me, chat. God damn it. I want one stream where Xfinity doesn't want to like suck balls. Doc also went into a Discord call, so I'm gonna blame that. Just sucking away my power. Everyone entertain yourselves. Ah! I'm gonna get hold music or like a scene that's like technical issues every time I have an issue with Xfinity. Silvery bits almost. See, I can't tell if they're like blue or a different shade of purple. Boop, boop, ba-da, boop, boop. I hate them. I hate them. You know, I used to never really complain because I never really had a huge issue. But in the last couple of weeks, I feel like they've just turned to shit. And I'm starting to hate them so much. 7.2. What do you mean 7 point? Chad, I'm not even multi-streaming. So, like, that's how I know it's not me. I turned off everything because I was like, it's a live stream. I don't want to deal with the pain in the ass people. I want just friendos. As I spill chai on myself. 33. All right, we're coming back, chat. Coming back. We're back. Everything's good. Yeah, just stare at him. It's great. I don't want to unplug the capture card. There we go. Who's nervous? I'm not. No, sir. Raphael seems to be cheerful, cradling a coffee cup as he stands up and gazes out the French window.
Look. There's a plane on the runway.
I would hope there's a plane on the runway. We're at an airport.
It's small and kind of cute.
The sunlight bathes Raphael's face, his smiling profile in a gentle glow. While I'm dead tired from my journey, seeing this makes me feel lucky to be able to bask in glorious sunlight before anyone else in the city. It's worth it.
I counted 10 seconds. Your eyes have been on me for a solid 10 seconds. It was getting really awkward, you know, so I had to say something.
Dang it, I almost forgot.
It's okay. I won't make it a difficult request. Let me think.
Raphael appears to be lost in thought, maybe even troubled. Meanwhile, my attention is drawn toward a strong, alluring scent. Nearby is a baker's freshly baked pastries. It's so mouth-watering that several people waiting for their flight walk over. I look back at Raphael. The smirk on his face says it all. He caught me oogling at the bakery.
2 croissants shouldn't be too demanding, right?
You just drank a big cup of coffee. Why don't you wait until we're on the plane to eat?
How can a cold airplane meal compare to bread right out of the oven?
I mean, he's got a point,
Also,
chat.
I can't finish 2 croissants by myself.
Can I just hear him say croissant? I think it's so funny. I know that's like how you properly say it, but it's just funny to hear him say it. And I think it's gonna be like a text tone or something, chat.
Was just thinking that the person who's been up since 5 probably skipped breakfast.
I can't argue with them. The allure of fresh pastries is hard to resist. Raphael sits down when I stand up, giving me a mischievous grin.
This game is fun. We should play it more often.
You're Brad. He doesn't. or peasant hotel room either. To be honest, traveling with Raphael is anything but dull. The 7 or 8 hour flight and the 2-hour drive to the hotel just flew by. The hotel I picked is nestled in a picturesque valley. The room has a fantastic view of the entire mountain. As soon as I drop my bags, I rush to the balcony, eager to see the mountain sunset.
You said you were carsick earlier. Guess that's not the case anymore.
I mean, to be fair, once one usually leaves the car, one is not usually car sick. At least for me. I need like 10 minutes and some water, but that's how I feel better. I look back at my neighbor. He pulls up a chair on his balcony and sits down. His arms are folded and he appears to be content. It's normal to get motion sickness along that winding road. It's fine. I'm a hunter. I bounce back pretty quickly. But someone complained about the long journey. Why did he book the same hotel as me?
This hotel's history is pretty interesting. It's famous, so naturally it was my first choice.
I shrug, grab my phone, and carefully try to capture the stunning hues of twilight. I guess he also has the same idea. He's waving his phone around, trying to find the right angle. Weirdly enough, no matter how Raphael positions it, I always end up in his shot. By the way, the game's not over yet. Focus on the sunset, not me.
Excuse you, I'm busy. There's a sunset to watch and an interview outline to read.
As he speaks, he picks up a couple of papers and shows them to me. You've been reading them for a while. What kind of questions are they asking?
That's not important. Preparing answers in advance isn't good. Interviews are about chemistry in the moment.
Whatever you say. When I find the perfect angle, I take a picture that I can use to show off my photography skills in my Moments post. My phone buzzes. Raphael sent me a picture. How come? It's a brilliantly captured shot. My profile is against the setting sun and mountains, dusk's crimson hues reflected in my eyes.
This is what having real photography skills looks like, right?
I don't want to admit it, but he's good. I thought you said you didn't have time to look at me.
I'll delete it if you don't want it.
I make a funny face at him, then put the picture into my Moments post. My caption is as follows. Behold, world-class photography. There, it's posted. I look up to see Raphael smiling at me, his chin resting on his hand. He's not exactly stealing a glance, but when our eyes meet, Raphael quickly looks away. He awkwardly stares at the distant sunset. Aw, he gets head pets, chat. He's cute. I wouldn't want to fly 8 hours. The longest I've flown was 5, I think, and I was restless after 2. The next morning, I received a call from the squad in the middle of Raphael's interview. When I'm done, the indoor part was already finished. He was looking at me. You already done, Raphael?
It wrapped up earlier than expected. The crew told me to take a breather while they set up the lighting and props. Once everything's ready, I'll head out.
Raphael steps to the side, gesturing me for me to enter the suite's living room. Earlier in the hallway, I saw the makeup artist from the production team bring in a large box.
She glanced at me, then she left.
I hate him, Chad! Why, are you that good looking?
Obviously. What? Do I still need makeup?
Hate him. I fucking hate him. Raphael sits on an armchair.
Why don't you have some fun?
I glance at Raphael's face, unsure about what to do. He does look great, though. But since he already brought it up, I pick up the lipstick from the table. Don't mind if I do. At the lippies.
You're using that on me? Is that all I need? Don't you also think I'm handsome? Did you keep count of the number of times you glanced at me during the interview?
Doesn't that mean you're also looking at me? Don't move, you'll smudge if you do. Touch.
Was it an accident, or was it on purpose?
Both.
And just how long are you gonna keep staring at me? Trying to run away?
Done. Let go of me, please.
But you shouldn't go unrewarded for doing everything. Give me the lipstick.
Is it really hold on, chat. Is it really a lipstick? It looks like Blistex. Like put on chapstick. Australia, I was like 12. Yeah, I can't do long trips. They drive me nuts. I want to like fly to Japan or fly overseas or something, but I would need a break because I would get restless sitting on a plane for 14 hours. What are you planning?
Well, I already told you. I'm just returning the favor.
I don't need to be on camera.
You coward.
Mr. Raphael, everything is ready. We can leave whenever.
Push him aside.
Wait. This game, the glancing one, I'm done playing.
How come?
Someone once asked if I've been secretly looking at her. I find it hard not to, even if I try. And I have tried. I admit defeat. It doesn't matter if I end up losing. As long as I can see her, I'll be happy.
Aww. That's sweet. It's so weird, chat, because I'm so, like, because of how far I am with Silas and Zane, every card is, like, just so much fucking sexual tension and, like, just making out and everything. So to have these, like, gentle romantic cards, it's weird. I'm not used to it. Thank you for the check-in, Lumina. All right, chat. We're blowing through these, chat. We're gonna have to come up with a whole other section of cards. All right, and then we got Zine. Chasing silhouettes. I'm so used to the other ones that they take like forever. And these were just kind of going through them super quick. And I'm like, damn. All right. And as gonna play, I'm gonna play it early and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna work on chasing silhouettes. So chat, go stretch, go hydrate, go get a snack, do good things for yourselves. I'm gonna actually grab water and not this or this. It doesn't have to be. It really doesn't. It's just so funny though to see them because like all of the Zane cards recently have been very, very like romance heavy. Maybe not like super sexual fiery passion, but they've definitely been like we all saw the one card where I was under the desk. Like, come on now. I have all of his cards and I watched most of them, but I haven't really played in a really long time. So like a couple of them I just haven't watched. Holding Autumn, Chasing Silhouettes, the new ones. Heart Within Reach. Where is it? Eon's Cannon, Entwined Kiss. Yeah, go get a Peanut Pocket. I am going to go get water, chat. So like I said, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Let the ad play out and we'll come back and watch whatever this one is. Chasing Silhouettes. All right, be right back. Nope, wrong button. Chat. Mallow's mad. She's like, but Mom! I didn't realize she was out here. I thought she was in the bedroom and the door was closed. Wasn't worried about it. And then I'm getting water and I hear meow. I look and sure enough, there she is. So then I go to walk towards the bathroom and she comes running up the stairs. So I'm like, okay. And then she didn't want to be in there. She wants me. And I'm like, I can't snuggle with you. I'm live. We'll hang out later. All right, Trap. I'm gonna just not. Just gonna not. Okay. Go. Zane, there's another wanderer. Cover me.
Help! Please, someone! My leg! Help me!
Uh-oh. Oh no, someone's still there. In the heat of the moment, I leap down from the edge of the escalator. A sheet of ice appears beneath my feet to cushion my fall.
I'll keep it busy. Be careful.
I nod to Zane and sprint towards the injured person who fell onto the ground. Just as I'm about to reach him, a standing electronic display suddenly topples toward us. Oh no. Oh no. And I'm dead, chat. That's it. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks ago, Zane and I experienced a wanderer attack at a shopping mall. Thanks to the timely rescue, no one at the scene was seriously injured. Only a few people suffered minor wounds. The only person with a serious injury was me. My muscles in my right arm were torn from being hit by the electronic display. After receiving initial treatment at the hospital, Jenna specifically approved an extended leave for me. Zane also comes over after work to help me with small tasks. He voluntarily takes on the responsibility of being my personal doctor. Ooh. Dr. Zane. Boop. Sleepy, I yawn, rub my eyes, and lean against Zane's back. Meanwhile, he's cooking breakfast.
You're up early today. Does your arm still hurt?
No, it's just a little numb when I wake up. Zane sets the spatula aside and turns to hold my arm. Using the base of his palm, he... I'm reading you pain in the ass. Using the base of his palm, he gently massages the muscles around my injury. Itch.
Swelling has subsided. Your skin temperature is normal, and mobility is within typical parameters. Based on the patient's clinical response, my preliminary diagnosis is you slept on your arm.
I reach under Zane's arm and snatch the plate with toast. The attending physician has failed to provide a timely diagnosis, so the patient's negative emotions have worsened. Your punishment will be no jam on your toast.
I see the patient has begun attacking the attending physician's food. Unfortunately, your threat is ineffective.
Zane takes our plates from me and spreads a thick layer of jam on his toast.
Judging by how quick your movements were, your injury is healing faster than I expected. We can look into targeted exercises later. They should help strengthen your muscles.
Of course, this arm has seen its fair share of battles. How else will it help me return to the front lines if it doesn't heal quickly?
If needed, I can join you and your arm on the front lines.
Woo, that sounds yummy.
However, your current priority is eating breakfast.
Zane catches my restless hand and places a piece of warm toast in my mouth.
Considering the patient's current mood, I'll authorize some outdoor activities today. On one condition. You must promise to not subject your arm to any more challenging tests.
Too late. I don't know these words, chat. Zane and I stroll through the park near the neighborhood as the refreshing morning breeze makes me take a deep breath. I feel content. It took getting injured to realize how precious running around and breathing fresh air really is.
Only after injury or illness do we appreciate the value of good health. Many patients at the hospital express the same sentiment. After your arm heals, Should we continue our morning exercise routine?
I need Zane, chat. I need Zane to get me up early every morning and to like get me to work out. Because I need that push. I love Doc, but he can't do it. The boy sleeps until noon. Love him, but useless. My arm and I are willing, but I can't say the same about my pillow and blanket. Zane and I walk along the path as the sounds of children playing float over from the grass. A few of them are having a contest with toy bows and arrows. One boy is caught in his friend's pincer's attack. He's clearly at a disadvantage. When I see a child aim and shoot an arrow at the boy, I squeeze Zane's hand. Yes, that exactly. Even if it's a toy, they shouldn't shoot the arrows at him.
Judging by his technique, the boy seems to have the best archery skills among the children. I suppose that's the rationale for their actions.
I hate it. He's like, I don't sleep. I go to... See, here's the thing, chat. He's such a typical man. So he likes his sodas, his diets, and his wild cherry zero sugar. Both of those still have caffeine. He will drink that until like bedtime, until like 11:30, and then he's like, I can't sleep. I'm up until like 2 in the morning, tossing and turning. Yeah, because it's fucking caffeine. Like, and you drink it all fucking day. There's a reason I don't have coffee after 4. Because if I have it, I won't sleep. But like, I tell him this and he's like, no, that's not the problem. That's not the problem at all. And I was like, it doesn't help. It's not contributing to the solution though. Like it. Men, chat. Men. Just men. Exactly. This isn't right. I need to help him and make sure they compete fairly. I step forward only to feel a tug on my sleeve. I turn to look at Zane and immediately... God damn it. Game, fix your shit. I step forward only to feel a tug on my sleeve. I turn to look at Zane and immediately understand his concern. I'm just going to use reason to convince them, Dr. Zane. I won't use my arm.
Yes, but I was going to say that children tend to respect skill more than persuasive words.
I mean... Don't tell him that, but...
Take this.
A toy bow?
I saw some spare bows and arrows over there. Since we're trying to enforce fair play, borrowing one shouldn't be a problem.
Zane holds the bow in his hand to seemingly assess its weight.
I tested it. The draw strength is perfect for rehabilitating your arm muscles.
But you're holding 2 bows.
A dangerous situation of this caliber is rare. Are you sure you want to face it alone?
Chat, I fucking love archery. It's just one of those things that like just makes people more attractive to me. Like, it's just, guns don't do it for me. A gun is a turn off, but you put in, like, you hold and fire a bow and arrow and you hit your shot with the bow and arrow. Mwah. Chef's kiss. You know what? I'd allow it. I'd allow it. What did I just say? Bow and arrows. Super hot. I smile and hold out my hand to Zane. Then let's do this together, my personal reinforcements.
Me,
Chubby
I was
boy,
wrong.
really,
You win this
game?
round.
That's terrible. After an intense battle, the children are out of breath. What else should we say besides admitting defeat?
We won't gang up on Brody anymore. Or our other classmates.
Now that you understand your mistake, shake hands and go back to being friends.
I glance at the toy bow in Zane's hand and think of how heroic he looked while shooting arrows. I have to press my lips together to stop myself from laughing. Zane solemnly pats each child on the head with an exaggerated sense of ceremony. The children quickly run away with their toy bows and arrows.
Thank you for helping me.
Only now does the boy named Brody approach us. As he looks at me and Zane, his eyes suddenly light up.
Oh, I know you. You're the ones who rescued people at Cloud Realm Plaza before, right?
Aww.
I was there.
Aww.
You fought several wanderers together. It was so cool.
See, Chad, I fully appreciate that Zane is a doctor, and like, yes, love it, no notes, but at the same time, he's so fucking badass with his evil and fighting wanderers. I would fucking love to have him work with us instead of Xavier. Like, and nothing against Xavier, nothing against him. I think he does a fine job, but he's just so fucking badass. And every time there's a scene where he is badass, I'm like, yes, yes, this is why I love him. This is why he's number one. This is why he's my husband, you know. Thanks, it's a hunter's duty. Brody gives us an enthusiastic hug before reaching into his pocket to pull out an invitation to a sportsy experience.
Oh, right. This is for you. My aunt manages an archery range at Cloud Realm Plaza. You must be good at archery since you use those toy bows well. You two can try it out.
100 Steps Archery Range. The first experience is free for couples. Struck by an arrow, smitten at heart.
Chad, it's Cupid.
Is someone already planning to get smitten at heart?
If we're talking about that, it started when you deflected 3 arrows in a row from the
remember
kids.
things well when there's something in it for you.
Well, didn't you say my arm is ready for some targeted
You
exercises?
have a remarkably selective memory when it comes to the doctor's orders. I've told you not to train in secret, yet you've never once listened to me in that regard.
What? What about not training in secret? What? Totally always train in secret? Got it. I solemnly swear that...
It won't happen again.
We speak at the same time. Zane laughs and tenderly ruffles my hair with the same gentleness he displayed to a child. Right, Chad, I'm a child.
Archery can help you use certain muscle groups and recover from injuries that affect their function. Since you've already proven its effectiveness through unauthorized practice, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try.
Chad, he's so close to me. I just want to, like, his nose. It. Due to the previous Wanderer attack, the newly built Cloud Realm Plaza was forced to close. It only reopened today. Perhaps to ensure the reopening is blessed with good luck, the event is particularly lively. New stores offer promotions throughout the area. Ow, my heel. He is the best brat tamer.
Here's your receipt. Oh, and don't forget your free gift. Thank you for shopping at Cupido Toy.
Cupido Toy. Okay. Shortly after entering the mall, my hands are already filled with a couple of colorful shopping bags.
Thank you. Please give them to me.
I mean, I guess it depends on the damage that was done. It's just a few board games, Dr. Zane. Are you afraid I can't handle them?
I'm simply concerned that you'll end up resembling a decorated wishing tree.
At least I'm the kind that can hold a lot of gifts.
You seem to be underestimating your injury. Did you forget the painful experience?
So, I have heel spurs and plantar fascia, whatever the fuck it's called. And the back of my heel on my left foot, particularly, like my left foot's a lot worse than my right, probably because I lean more to my left. But sometimes it gets really painful, and it's just sitting on top of something, and I keep getting these really sharp pains shooting through my heel. Ow. I have a night brace. Only a hairline fracture. Only a hairline fracture. Ben, can I get on my chat? You are so fucking lucky. Put Kai in a bubble. That's it. Drop. Put Kai in a bubble. All right. I'm gonna next break. I'll put it in this like a last splint, but in its. Ow! It hurts. Brooks, I don't know what they are. If you find them, I bought special shoes, like $100 and something shoes. They suck because they're supposed to like hug my heel. So I was like, okay, it worked for like 2 days and now it just doesn't. And I'm getting to the point where I'm just getting pain up my heel really badly, like randomly. So like normally if it's on my feet all day and then it'll hurt the next day, but like I'm waking up in the morning with foot pain on my left foot, and like to the point where like I have to walk on my tippy toes because I can't put my heel down, and it sucks because like in the morning I have Mallow and she's up my ass, so like I'm trying not to step on her, I'm trying not to fall because there's such a small gap between the side of the bed and like Doc's stuff, like his desk and stuff, so I'm trying really hard not to like knock anything over, but like I'm in pain. And then like that's the plantar fascia, whatever the fuck. So okay, but then I have to go back to like an actual good podiatrist and like actually talk to someone that's not a fucking quack. But like it's been recent, like I've been fine. Once I left Duncan, my feet were doing better because I weren't on them all the time, but now it's recent that like my heel just decides to flare up with pain, and I'm like, stop it. Like I'll buy the shoes, I'll put it in the brace, I'll do what I have to do to keep support in it. Just stop with the fucking shooting pain for no reason. Like I'm sitting at my desk, I'm not even on my foot. Ow. That's all I say to that one.
I wonder, who was it that urgently called me over last week to help scratch her back?
I take vitamins. I take fish oil and B6, D3. Duct tape, can't get hurt. I mean, that's also valid. Put her in a good position though. Oh, never mind. I'll be good, Chad. I'm not gonna give drop ideas. I grab a carrot-shaped pillow from the shelf and aim its pointed end at Zane's chest like I'm holding a gun. Sir, if you continue to spread false statements, everything you say will be used as evidence in court.
Using a special weapon counts as utilizing torture to extract a confession.
While we're teasing each other, lively music starts playing nearby. Several staff members in a mascot costumes are interacting with customers in front of the store.
I guess some things are more appealing to you than capturing criminals now.
Zane takes this opportunity to push the carrot pillow away from his chest.
Do you want to check it out?
The mascots with the round heads are handing out gifts to children. Their movements are adorably clumsy and charming. Suddenly, a staff member in a cow cat mascot costume looks our way and waves at us. A cow cat? A cow cat? A cow cat? Called We Love You, Kai. We attack you because we love you. They're waving at us?
I don't see anyone else within our vicinity.
Under the children's envious gazes, the cow cat clumsily waddles towards us. Hold on, chat. We're going to Google. Nope, that's the right thing. Oh, it's a type of cat. Are you fucking kidding me? A cow cat is a domestic short hair with a black and white piebald coat pattern resembling Holstein cattle, often featuring spots or patches. Hold on, I show. Where the fuck? Cow cat. Now, if it is a Chinese zodiac thing, I don't know. This is what came up though. Cow cat. Right? They're adorable. Mallow's cuter. Chat, Mallow has gotten chonky very quickly. So now we're like putting her on a diet and she hates it. Fucking hates it. She's like, wait, why don't I get kibble and wet food? And I'm like, no, you get one. And then last night she woke me up like super early because she was hungry. So I said to Doc, all right, here's the plan. We give her wet food in the morning. We give her wet food at night, like we've been doing. We don't give her any kibble. Before we go to bed, I will put a little bit of kibble in her dish so she can nibble on a little bit of kibble and not wake me up at like 5 o'clock in the morning because she's fucking hungry. Because she won't wake you up to wake me up, and no. Under the children's envious gazes, the cow cat clumsily waddles towards us. They open their arms and I immediately understand what to do. I hug their plump body before turning towards Zane. They're really soft, Zane. You should hug them. Zane puts one arm around my back and the other around the cow cat's arm. We share a group hug. After taking photos with the cow cat in several different poses, I accept the candy they give me. Thank you, you're so cute.
Wait. Cow cat. Have we met before?
The cow cat nods, pats their knee with their paw, and only then turns to leave. Zane, you know who's inside the mascot costume?
You know him too.
Huh?
You don't remember? Look over there.
Zane points to the atrium on the first floor of the mall. I'm shocked. That's where we fought the Wanderers 2 weeks ago.
That staff member has a congenital knee dislocation that affects his gait. If you hadn't protected him in time, he would have struggled to escape during the Wanderer attack.
I recalled the scenes from that day. Certain details become clearer thanks to Zane's explanation.
Help! Please, someone! My
Aww.
leg! Help me!
Yeah, that person was the cow cat. But if you didn't use your evil to hold off the Wanderer for me, I wouldn't have saved him in time.
Even during the most opportune moments, my assistance can only take second place. After all, you jumped down from here and even tried to stop a broken display with your hands.
Are you planning to use the incident as a cautionary tale and remind me to be more careful in the future?
Indeed, that was my intention. But on second thought, regardless of the examples I collect, you'd still rush in.
If I hadn't been a little reckless, someone else could have been injured.
I'm not criticizing you.
Zane leans in and gently tucks the strands of my hair behind my ear.
When danger strikes, I'm not exactly meticulous and cautious.
I smile and grab his fingers just as he's about to pull his hand away. Since Dr. Zane admitted that he also makes mistakes, shouldn't you also get a minor punishment? Zane follows my gaze toward the newly opened milk tea shop across from us. The eye-catching Happy Snowman collab plushie is displayed on the counter.
I willingly accept my punishment. But it's almost
so
time for our
good.
archery range appointment. You can check in first. I'll wait in line here. After all, the wishing tree can't hold any more gifts.
Welcome to 100 Steps Archery Range. Did you make a reservation?
Yes, the couples experience event at 2 p.m. My partner, he will be here shortly.
Great! I'll help you put on your protective gear first. You can practice a bit while waiting for your boyfriend.
With the coach's help, I quickly find myself positioned at the shooting line. I'm already wearing the protective equipment.
Relax, open your arms, align your focus, sight, and
Like
the
gas,
bullseye
Sevi,
in
that's
a
fine.
straight line.
You're all good. It sounds somewhat similar to shooting techniques that involve a gun.
Do you have prior experience? That shot was better than what I've seen from many regulars.
Thanks, I happen to work regularly with firearms.
Keep practicing. I'll come back to check in on you.
Shortly after the coach leaves, 2 customers approach me.
Hey, we've been watching you practice. Your archery skills are impressive. My boyfriend and I are competitive archers. Do you want to have a match against us?
I appreciate the compliment, but I'm not a pro or anything. I'm just here for fun.
Don't worry, it's a friendly exchange. We know you're not a professional, so we'll go easy on you.
Rude! Rude! There's something off about his tone. He's already expecting me to lose. We can have a friendly competition.
Perfect. We'll use standard targets. Both sides get 30 arrows. Whoever gets the higher score wins.
And like, Zane's not even here to defend my honor, so I gotta defend both of our honors.
If you don't have any objections, then let's get started.
Wait, my partner's not here. What the fuck? What the fuck? Chatting and laughing as they prepare, the couple walks to the shooting line. Their technique is undeniably polished. From what I can tell, it's almost impossible to spot any weakness. Their lowest shot scored a 6 for now. I need to take this more seriously.
Are you ready? It's your turn now.
Like, that's fucked up. I take a deep breath to center myself, position my feet shoulder width apart as I was taught, and notch the arrow into the bowstring. I was in good form during practice. So long as I stick to the fundamentals, I should be fine. My first arrow flies true and lands precisely on the boundary between the 8 and 9 point rings. The coach notices my shot and eagerly walks back to offer advice.
9 points. Your form is good. Keep it up.
The excellent starts boasts my confidence. I continue firing several more arrows at the target and quickly catch up to my opponents. Great, I just need to keep my arm steady. Please, I pull back the bowstring, but my bow arm trembles ever so slightly. Damn it, I missed the target. Refusing to accept defeat, I hastily knock the next arrow, yet before I can release it, pain shoots through my arm.
It's okay. Missing the target is perfectly normal for amateurs like you.
Everybody close your eyes. Close your eyes. There's going to be an arrow accident because my arm hurts, and I'm just going to happen to, like, shoot this guy in his leg. But shh, close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Exactly. If you're not at your best today, we can always reschedule.
I didn't want to do this in the first place, you motherfuckers. We just want to talk. We just want to talk. It's fine. My arm feels a little uncomfortable. I'll adjust. Refusing to admit defeat, I raise my arm again, but someone suddenly grips my wrist to stop me.
I'll finish the rest of the competition for her.
Yeah, bitches. Suck it. Zane has appeared behind me at some point. He's already wearing protective archery gear. Zane places a cup of milk tea and a chubby happy snowman charm in my hands.
This was the last happy snowman set. I suppose we were fortunate.
Hey, we never agreed to bringing in outside help. You should have told us first.
It's 2 against 1, you little fucks! Like, what? I hate them. I hate them. What the fuck?
If the competition rules allow 2 against 1, then I believe it's inherently problematic.
But your girlfriend already agreed. If you want to change them now, you'll have to give us a 20-point head start.
Fuck off. Zane takes his position at the shooting line with precision. His fingers rest on the quiver at his waist.
All right.
I choose to do this. You don't have to.
Joining the battle as your reinforcements is also my choice.
Oh, Chad, he's gonna defend my honor. I hope our afternoon is cleared because we're about to have a change of plans. This episode. Oh no, fuck. Yeah, look at that, man. It's so good, Chad. Zane takes a deep breath, bends his forearm, and suddenly draws the bowstring back. His unwavering gaze focuses on the target. In that moment, the air seems to stand still. I've seen Zane calm, focused demeanor many times before. Whether he's with patients or at the operating table, he's always like this. But now he displays a different kind of focus. An invisible aura emanates from him, and it carries an unknown sharpness and overwhelming pressure. He's got a perfect 10 with his first arrow. Zane turns slightly and gives me a reassuring look before nodding to his opponent.
I hope we have a good match.
I want him to cream them. Several arrows are released in succession. Zane's forearm tenses with exertion, but yet the bow remains perfectly steady without the slightest shift or tremor. On the electric scoreboard, our scores continue to climb until we're neck and neck with our opponents. Zane reaches for the quiver at his side, takes out the next arrow, and knocks it into the bowstring.
Another perfect 10.
We're about to overtake our opponents. My fingers unconsciously mimic Zane's archery stance. At that moment, Zane looks in my direction.
Would you like to try again?
Maybe. Our gazes meet and we share a knowing smile. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I take the bow from Zane and slowly draw the bowstring. The pain I expected to feel doesn't arrive, but my arms still tremble slightly from the strain. Hands suddenly appear beside me. They gently guide my hands down from above my head to a position that's level with my shoulders.
Relax the fingers on your bow hand. Plant your feet, and don't tense your body.
Chad, I was drinking while he started whispering in my ears. We're fine. Everything's fine. Zane's hands envelope mine and a tender warmth spreads between us.
I noticed your form earlier. You've already grasped the fundamentals. I'm going to let go now. Is that all right?
Okay. Go ahead. I take a deep breath as the warmth that envelopes my hands dissipates. In one fluid motion, I release the arrow towards the bullseye. 9 points. I turn to exchange a glance with Zane. The corners of his mouth curl into a smile. It's as if he...
It's not over yet.
God damn it. Shh. It's as if he expected this from the start.
Our score still falls short, but for a hunter like you, catching up shouldn't be difficult.
Of course. I knock and release the remaining arrows one by one. A circle of shafts gradually form around the bullseye. This is the last arrow. If I score at least 7 points with it... The final arrow whistles past my ear. With perfect precision, it lands in the center of the target.
10 points? If we calculate your overall score. Congratulations. These two won.
Yeah, suck it, bitches! I return the bow to the rack as our two opponents, despite their obvious disappointment, shake hands with us. Fucking cheaters.
I accept our loss, but sir, are you a professional?
Neither of us are professional athletes. And if our arm wasn't injured, I wouldn't have volunteered to compete.
Bitches. I still those dicks. Those dicks. I hate them. I don't understand what they even got out of it by just being assholes and being like, well, it's 2 against 1. As twilight falls, Zane and I walk home with the prizes we received from the archery range. I never expected us to get limited edition hand puppets from a pop-up store. We only just shot some arrows too. This trip was worth it.
Even though you risked aggravating your injury?
That's why Dr. Zane protected me, right? I hold up the hand puppet and turn its serious face towards Zane. Zane doesn't. Does hand puppet look like you from earlier? I clear my throat and make the hand puppet wave its little hands while imitating Zane's voice. Amanda joining the battle as reinforcements is also my choice.
Actually, that
They're
righteous,
just bullies.
stern-looking
This whole
puppet
card is about
resembles you
bullies,
more.
chat. Don't be one. Be better. Copying me, Zane picks up another hand puppet that looks like a woman.
Zane, there's a wanderer. Cover me.
I make my puppet open my mouth and bite the nose of the other hand puppet. There aren't many people on the street as we slowly walk. Our puppets attack each other. Zane, were you worried about us losing earlier?
What about you? Were you worried after you missed the target?
After thinking about it, I poke the cheek of the Zane puppet. I didn't overthink it at the time. I just knew I couldn't give up.
Likewise. I decided to participate because I knew you wouldn't give up. I didn't care about winning.
Whenever I rush ahead, you never try to hold me back.
Whether it's helping children or rescuing people, those choices are yours, and yours alone. You won't hesitate because of injuries, and you refuse to give up even when there are formidable obstacles standing before you. So, I can only choose to fulfill my duty, whether as a doctor or your partner. I believe that will always be the case.
Oh, I love him. You left out something. It's not just because of my strength that lets me do stuff like that. I also know You'll always stand beside me. Together we can even charge into battle. I face Zane, but I trip on the steps and fall into his arms.
Are you certain I'm only beside you and not behind you?
Fine, I take it back what I said. Dr. Zane is always there for me. He won't let me have a single blind spot. Right, they're so pretty! Zane reaches out with both hands, matching my description. He hugs me.
Lincoln City's Guardian has charged into enough battles today. According to your doctor's orders, it's fine to rest for a bit.
Oh, he's so cute. It's adorable. Hey, I level! Oh no, chat, my new pen is not writing anymore. What the fuck? Sad face. My little pocket healer. Okay, chat. I have a whole thing next to me of Ow, wrong button. Wait, I lied. Phone call.
You didn't bring an umbrella with you today? Are you walking in the rain right now?
Don't worry, I'm already home. I changed my clothes.
Ah, so I can't offer my assistance.
I don't know why, but I feel so unlucky today. I missed the train on my way to work this morning, and then it started raining when I was ready to go home, but I couldn't get a taxi. I decided to just walk home, only to step in a huge puddle. Now my brand new shoes are ruined.
And after all of that, you still don't remember the most convenient solution.
That's a lot of what? Cards that I have to watch?
Why didn't you ask me to pick you up?
I thought about it, but then I remembered you had to visit the bakery this afternoon. Doesn't it have a unique cake that's only offered in Lincoln? Oh, yeah. Yes, he is my main, and he's my highest leveled. The bakery isn't anywhere near my home. I didn't want to bother you. Oh, right. Did you buy the cake?
The bakery is closed because of the storm.
Your luck is pretty bad today, too. Should we get something to bless us at the temple?
Are you scrambling for divine intervention only because you're unlucky?
Maybe. Why don't you prescribe me medicine? Something that can get rid of my bad luck.
All right.
Are you trying to trick
Check
me?
the first aid kit I usually use. There should be a few bottles.
I found one filled with black liquid. It's very mysterious.
You can try it. Then you'll know if I'm tricking you or not. Don't worry. It doesn't taste bad.
It's black liquid. It's gross. Okay. It's very sweet. I feel like I had this before, too.
You're correct. It's cold medicine.
Why are you giving me cold medicine? You tricked me.
I didn't. There's currently no research that suggests cold medicine can't bring good luck. Besides, something good happened just now.
Chat, you know how he brings me good luck with cold medicine? I'm gonna get addicted to it. And then, I'll be high and he'll be happy.
I passed by a bakery. It's inconspicuous, so it's easy to miss. Their cakes are unique. The store owner made them and they look delicious. We can eat one together when I'm back.
I knew you'd never let me down, Dr. Zane. Your medicine works wonders.
It might not be the medicine. Your bad luck could have vanished on its own. Once it disappears, good things are bound to happen. There will come a time when heavy rain goes away.
Nah, I like mine better. Alright, the next one is Rosie Hughes. What's up? So let's drink now and not later. Got it.
The shooting has assessment results for this quarter are out.
Jesus, Tara, tone it the fuck down. I assess my hunter's watch. Sure enough, I see the post.
We were given an A ranking. I can't believe we couldn't get a single point in that ring toss game.
Oh my god, we suck.
Thankfully, the store owner doesn't know we're deep space hunters.
Remembering our disastrous performance last weekend, I try to comfort Tara. We're used to training with heavier weapons, so it's perfectly normal to fail with something that light. It didn't stop us from having fun.
True. Speaking of which, I thought you had a date, gorgeous. We got a day off. It's time to clock out. You should go. I still need to do some stuff in data analysis.
Chat, so there's a rumor of whatever you want to call it, a theory that Tara is the one that's kind of fucking us over in main story. Like, we know there's a secret person that there's got to be somebody like telling people stuff, and oh, I dropped my pen. And it's suspected that it's Tara. Yeah, I could see it. I didn't always, but sometimes I do. Tara is gone just like that. She leaves after giving me a quick wave. As for her comment about a date, I actually wanted to arrange one. I just couldn't make it happen. Lately, Silas and I have been so busy that we reluctantly shifted into a long-distance relationship. Only phone calls sustained us. Come to think of it, we haven't seen each other in almost 2 weeks. A figure suddenly flies past the door-to-ceiling window. I look over only to find an ordinary crow. I thought you were Mephisto. On the other side of the glass, the bird is perched on the windowsill. It turns its head to stare at me, and we share a moment of mutual bewilderment. I wonder if you and Mephi can actually understand each other. I talk without really thinking about it. To my surprise, the bird actually responds. Its cuteness catches me off guard, and I laugh. Let's pretend you can understand me. Can you be my messenger for a bit? Ask Mephi when his boss man will have free time. I kind of miss him. Aww. It's still early. After leaving the Hunters Association's building, I wonder if I should go home or walk around for a while.
Look up, kitten.
I think Silas is joking, but when I raise my head, he's there. To be exact, he's standing on the opposite side of the street. You're outside the association's building? Aren't you worried about getting caught?
Given our current circumstances, only one person has the chance to catch me. Too bad she's waiting for the light to change. But since she's a law-abiding citizen, I'll reward her by delivering myself to her doorstep.
Stay where you are.
Are you threatening me? Or are you making a sincere request?
I'm requesting you to stay where you are until I go to you, menacingly.
And here I thought you were incorruptible. That you didn't care about the things delivered to your doorstep. Well, it looks like you prefer to make the first move. The light's green now. Here's your golden opportunity. Why don't you come over and do whatever you want?
With you or in general? The footsteps. I grab Silas's hand and hurry towards his car that's parked a short distance away.
Do you know what you look like right now?
Like a disheveled mess. Inefficient, no nonsense deep space hunter?
I'd say you're more like Lincoln's guilty thief.
I didn't do it. I playfully swing a punch at Silas, but he catches my hand, enclosing it in his big warm... God damn it. Fuck. I need them to fix this shit. I need them to fix it so badly. I playfully swing a punch at Silas, but he catches my hand, enclosing it in his big warm palm. He gently pulls me towards him. Be honest, what made you decide to pick me up from work?
My new winery couldn't find its first customer, so I had to recruit one.
He really is. That's why you've been busy recently?
No, I just happened to spot it while passing through Lincoln City. It's perfect for a getaway.
I thought you were busy these past few days, but you apparently have time for sightseeing.
You send me dozens of messages every day, and yet none of them said you missed me.
MC. Bad girl.
Oh, we can't forget your silly wish. It was something like, I wish Silas would fall from the sky and appear in front of me. Well, I happen to have time, and since I'm good at falling from the sky, I thought I'd fulfill that wish of yours.
I want to see that on his resume, chat. Like, special skills, falling from the sky. Wait, last Sunday?
Yes, you made a wish and then walked out the door. You did it so casually, too.
Right? That's just mean. Why didn't you tell me you were available?
If I did, then I wouldn't see your current expression change so quickly.
Our car leaves the city before I realize it. We're now traveling on a mountain road. Next time, even if it's a surprise, you could give me a heads up. Otherwise, I might miss seeing you again.
Sure. I'll be a phantom thief and send you a calling card.
What would you write? Prepare yourself, I'm going to steal you.
I'd write... The weather is mediocre today and the streets are noisy. However, I still want to see you.
See, him being so sarcastic is kind of why I love him so much, because you guys know me, I am a sarcastic asshole, and we just kind of fit. He's a rage baiter, exactly. Far from the hustle and bustle of civilization, the winery sits at the top of the mountain. It really is an ideal place for a getaway. Inside the lounge, the word I know but can't say introduces me to different varieties of wine.
The grape variety, terroir of the growing region, winemaking techniques, and aging period influence the wine's taste and character.
Sevi, yep. My mouth literally looked at it and said, it's just not gonna happen today, bitch. Keep going. And we throw our hands up and we admit defeat. Like, there are just certain words my brain is like, you know it. It's there. I can hear it in my mind. It's just not gonna actually compute to my mouth. The counter displays an array of glasses in various shapes. Alongside the wines before me are carefully selected food pairings. The portions are small, just enough for a taste.
Could seem I have visitors.
Paladin! Welcome in, Raiders! How was your stream? Chat, you can't see my face because all you see is my alert. I have no notes. Welcome in, Raiders! How did you guys do? I know you guys were re-clearing 11 and we're working on P2, or not P2, phase 2 of 12. How did that go? I was lurking while I was doing stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. If we don't know each other, I am Riding the Waves. I am a variety streamer. Today we're doing a special camera stream. Playing 11 Deepspace. So if 11 Deepspace is not your thing, I apologize. But that's what we're doing today. Doing Doppelpark. Nice! Hell to the yeah. Hell to the yeah. But Raiders, if you need to do anything post-stream, please make sure you go do it. We are all about self-care here. I'll make sure you guys are eating, drinking, stretching, and doing good things for yourselves. If you have to raid a run, I totally get it. If you want to hang out, though, you're more than welcome to. Like I said, this is a lad stream, which I know is not everyone's cup of tea. But I'm very far behind on cards, and chat wanted a camera day. Actually, I owed them a camera day. So, what better way than to catch up with some cards? Yes, so Lem, all you have to know is this man, he's like, we're gonna call him a mafia member. He's not really the mafia, though. But he's amazing, and he's super sweet, and he's the consent king. And even though he's ominous and, you know, kind of, I'm gonna say brooding, sort of, he's very, 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 very sweet. You are his entire fucking world. He will do anything for you, but he will not overstep. He will not, this is not Caleb. Oh, this is not Caleb. In fact, there will be no Caleb today. Caleb is a man that likes to sleep with his sister. I get it, chat. They are not officially brother and sister, but it is still very weird to be called sister while we're sleeping together. You know what I'm saying? Like, Yeah. This is Silas. We like Silas. There's Caleb, Silas, Raphael, Xavier, and Zane. There are 5. We are doing stuff with Raphael, Xavier, Silas, and Zane today. Yeah, but it's still really weird. Like, in my mind, I'm going, I know they're not related. Him saying little sister, I know they're not related. I know they're not related. I know that, but it's still really weird. It's because it's the same thing for me. Like, I hate if you call me mommy or mother or whatever, like it just skeeves me out so much. That's kind of the same thing I put in with Caleb calling MC little sister. Like, it just skeeves me out. And I'm like, there's nothing that's gonna turn me off more than being like, hey mommy. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. Like, unless I adopted you or I birthed you, I am not your mother. Just fuck that. Like, no. Little, yeah, like little is fine, but sister, it's just, it's gross. It's so gross. Speaking of my child, where did my child? She was staring from the steps, chat. But yeah, Lem, come make yourself comfortable. If you have any questions, Lem, and anyone in chat, Pipsqueak is fine. Like, all of the guys have nicknames for us, so like Pipsqueak doesn't bother me. I find it a little condescending, but it's whatever. Like, it's fine. But like, I don't mind any of them. Yeah, if you have questions, just ask them. We will totally do it. See, Sevi, the thing is, something that Remy and I talked about a couple of weeks ago was we need to sit down with a Caleb main and just ask them to explain what they see in him that like does it for them. Not to yuck their yum, not to be like, oh my god, gross. Like, just explain to, I need them to explain to me Caleb. But see, the thing is, I don't really know them, because there's 2 streamers that I follow. Well, no, there's 1 streamer that I know that is a Caleb main, and I would 100% ask her, but I'm also like scared to talk to anyone. Like, she's fucking massive. Like, her community is massive. I feel so fucking weird to just slide into her DMs and be like, hey, I would love to like have you on stream and have you explain to me to this, because like she's also been super harassed, so like I don't want to do that. I don't know her, but like she's the only one that I know of that mains Caleb. And then I don't like, I know of a Reku, but I don't know them. To get slide into DMs and be like, hey, will you sit on stream with me and explain to me what you see in this man? Yeah, so like every girl has a main, because there's 5 guys that you can have a relationship with. I mean, technically you can date all of them, but typically everyone has at least 2 that they just gravitate towards. Mine is Zane and then Silas. Remy is Raph and Silas, I believe. Another's might be Xavier. Someone, Kai loves Silas and then has Zane as the second. Like, everybody has their main. They're one that they like will pull cards for, will watch their stuff for, have a higher romance score on. And romancing one does not affect anything else. Aggressive rating? I don't even know if she plays Caleb at all. I think she actively avoids him, just like she actively avoids Raph. Now, I could be wrong. But I think so. But there's not really rating in this game, so So it's basically just story based. So there really isn't like a DPS or a healer or anything. Silas he's got a background of being a dragon. Zane has a background of being cursed by a fucking god. Caleb, I don't know. Raph is a sea god. Xavier comes from another planet. Like, so, but they're not like one is a better healer, one is a tank, because the few times that you actually fight together, you guys are just fighting together. And you just have to make sure the cards fit together to give you the points that you need to kick ass. Like the fighting, because it's hot men, Lem. It's hot men and a very good story. It's a very good story. You're finding out currently like what MC is going through, what her past has been. My favorite guy walked away at the end of the story, and I'm left like, like the story is very, very good. So it's not really based on, because this is a typical Otome game. It's a dating game. The whole purpose of this game is to date these men. Is to play the game for the story, uncover the story, and date these men. So there really isn't combat focus. There really isn't. There really isn't like, it's just a dating game. Yeah, but it's just the type of game that it is. It focuses more on story and building the connection, so you have a romance with these characters less than like fighting. Because again, my first Otome game was Mystic Messenger, and Mystic Messenger was played out in days with chats, and the whole story was unlocked throughout multiple days at timed opportunities in these chats, and you had to form a party, and it was a whole big thing. And MC jumps out a fucking window, gets blown up a couple times. Like, the stories are dark in these games, and like this one is no different. This game is very dark. You find out you've been a science experiment for years. Like, there's just so much, and like I don't want to give too much away, but like it's a whole big thing. And it's not just like, oh, I just want to kiss this man. I mean, I do want to kiss this man. He's absolutely fucking gorgeous and perfect in every way, fucking shape and form. But like, it's so much more than that. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. So like, yeah, there's fighting, but like you can auto run it and it fights for like 2 minutes by itself. It's not its primary focus. Yeah, story's heckin' good, which is valid. No, because we're choosing to fall in love. In Mystic, there was a bomb in your apartment, and if you didn't do things right, you could blow up. Or with the one guy, the bad ending with his romance was you ended up jumping out the window because he like took you as a prisoner and like put a tracking device on your leg and like tied you up. It was a whole big thing. It was a whole big thing. Yeah, this game is a little less dark than Mystic Messenger, I think, but it's still very well written. It still makes me very emotional when like shit happens and characters walk away and kind of uncovering what comes next. Yeah. It's a fucking ride, yo. I spent so much money in Mystic. I haven't opened it in forever because I haven't really wanted to, because I don't have the time to like wake up at 2 a.m. anymore. But like, it was so good. It's just on my phone. I just carry it with me with every expansion of my phone. And I'll probably keep it until it gets shut down officially, but who knows when that'll happen. They're still doing active updates as far as I know. Not story updates, but I think event stuff. But yeah. But Lem, Continue asking questions. We will help you. Again, this is Silas. We love him. He's adorable. You'll love him soon enough, I'm sure. We're talking about wines, by the way, Raiders, for those of you that don't know. This man is filthy fucking rich. Yeah, I mean, if anyone, like, I would love to get a couple people together and just have us explain our relationships. Like, it's really hard for me to explain why I fall for Zane. It's really hard for me to explain why I fall for Zane, so I wouldn't, like, force anyone upon it. You're all good, Lem. You're all good. We'll talk about it, Sevi. We'll talk about it. We'll think about it, and we'll talk about it. Just be like, I just need an explanation. No judgment. No judgment. Because I'm so worried that it'll be taken in the wrong context. Because I know people can be assholes. Like, I would never. I would absolutely never. But I am curious, like, what draws them to him? Draws anyone to anybody at that point. You're all good, Lev. You're all good. Why? Cherry was almost our closest because Cherry mained him for a while, but then the little sister comments came out too much and she's like, I can't, I'm done, I'm out. And I was like, shit, she was my way in. She was my explanation. All right, this one seems to have notes of botanical aroma.
You have a good palate. It was aged in oak barrels, which
also,
gives
chat,
it
we're
hints of
not
cedar and
staring
vanilla.
at the leather pants, right? We're doing good. Eyes up, not down. Silas sits beside me. In front of him rests a wide-mouthed vintage glass. Being mentioned it being a way to safely address and engage with trauma. Ah! You know what? I think somebody else kind of said that too. I think someone said that too because of the stuff that he's experienced. Hit me first. It was coming for you, Remy. What are you drinking and why wasn't I offered any?
You want some?
I nod and Silas leans towards my ear.
Beg for it, kitten. A sincere request will let you get a taste.
He's in my ear, Chad. You really like making people beg.
Who are these other people you speak of? You're the only one I want to hear it from.
Out of you, I pinch Silas's thighs, then I turn. What? I'd like a glass of what he's having, please. Hold on, chat. My mouth is gonna do this. I'm gonna make it. Sommelier. Close enough. Gage decides his response. Since there's no reaction, he pours me a glass. I take a sip. The wine is smooth and full-bodied. The rich, fruity flavors bloom on my tongue. It's wonderfully complex with a long, lingering finish. This is what Silas enjoys? I mean, it sounds pretty good. Come to think of it, Silas just bought a winery. Should I get him a gift? Will wine work? I'd like to give a bottle of wine to a friend. What factors should I consider when making my selection?
If you're referring to the wine you're drinking now, miss, this was acquired by the gentleman next to you during an auction some time ago. It's now considered priceless on the market.
Right? I don't have vodka anymore. I feel bad. How about the ones I just had a few sips of?
They're all part of his collection.
Silas places his hand on the edge of my bar stool. With one swift turn, he rotates me to face him. Whee!
There's someone with more experience here. Why don't you ask me?
What's your expert opinion then?
Rather than buy something, he'd prefer you to make a bottle for him. It shows more sincerity.
The estate has winemaking.
Hi, Aaron. Welcome in.
And a fresh batch of grapes just arrived by air freight this morning.
I don't know if I trust myself to make wine. The idea of making a uniquely flavored wine for Silas as a gift is tempting. Just so you're aware, I've never made wine before. If it doesn't turn out well...
I'll drink the grape juice.
What if it tastes terrible?
We can enjoy healthy tasting grape juice together then.
So you'll make me drink it too if it doesn't taste good? Silas raises his glass and clinks it against mine.
We'll face the challenge together. For every sip I take, you take one.
Seeing Silas act as if he's unrelated to this, I push the glass he just raised to his lips. Prosecco! Prosecco's amazing, chat. Did you get your promise cards, y'all? This is the... Yeah. I gotta watch the other one that I just got, the new Wrath one. You're making this with me. For every bit of my effort, there has to be a drop of your sweat. Oh, God.
You're giving me a gift on my property using my materials, and I need to help you make it.
Yes, I nod shamelessly.
Your attitude is admirable. I'm not saying no. But
I
you
mean,
know
to
the
be fair, the
rules.
best gift to give somebody
You'll
is
have to beg.
alcohol. Because most people will drink it. Most. On the bar counter, a row of white porcelain plates filled with grapes is arranged as neatly as glasses would be during a wine tasting. Doesn't the winery have its own vineyard? Why would it use air freight to get grapes from somewhere else?
You can never have too many good choices. This is how you'll be able to pick out materials to your heart's content.
What a coincidence. I want to make red wine, and you just happen to have grapes shipped in? You didn't plan this, right? First you claimed you brought me here for some fun, but I was tricked into doing hard work.
Am I the quest master today? I'm already looking forward to seeing my worker kitten plan a rebellion and take over my role.
To be fair, chat, we asked to make the wine. You didn't force okay. I suggest you be careful. If you squeeze your worker too hard, she might pick the worst grapes for you. That is not what I was thinking I was going to say. Congrats, MC, for having a less dirty mind than me. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. The grape testing officially begins, and before long, I bite into grapes that are sour enough to make me grimace.
Your hand.
When I'm focused, anything people say around me sounds like a command. I hold up my hand.
Good girl.
Oh, God. Silas has somehow twisted a grapevine into a ring and slips it onto my finger. Aww. What are you doing?
You've been caught, which means you have to come with me. And before you ask, it's in the rules.
Those who get distracted must be punished. Slide in. I pick up the sour grapes I tasted and bring them to Silas's lips. It's supposed to be a joke, but to my surprise, Silas bends down and eats the grape without even flinching.
It's sweet.
Sweet.
Give me another.
Shut up, boy. It was just a prank. You don't have to pretend they taste good. Or do you actually like them? I hesitantly push the plated grapes towards Silas and watch as he eats several more.
This was a fair exchange. Now it's my turn to feed you.
Chat, there is an ad playing. I will be good. I will be good, chat. What? Oh, okay. Bloop. Oh my God, they're so expensive, but they're pink. Running proper alignment, reducing risk of injury. Chat, while the ad plays, I'm looking at these shoes that Kai just sent me. Diabetic shoes. Stable platform to heel strikers. I mean, I could try them. I just hate how expensive shoes are. My God. They're fucking shoes. Okay. Boop. Boop. Oh. Right. I mean, I have to wait until I get paid first, but like, because they're $115 or $130. They're expensive. They're very expensive. They're 119, normally 140. So like, they gotta wait till a payday. It's just so annoying. I was like, I'm gonna lick my crumbs off my bowl. I just, oh my god, chat. Like, but see, I had that like moment of pain, and now my heel's been fine. So like, it just decides today I'm going to hurt you. Later I'll be fine. All right, we're going to close this. Slide this over here. Chat, I have an arrangement where I need all of my tabs to go. Okay.
Bid you welcome.
Thank you for the follow, Mephisto Call. Appreciate it. Welcome in. All right, we're back from the ads, chat. Right, Gucci. All right. Oh, chat. I made sound stop. How did I end up doing that? There we go. We're past the point of formalities between us. It's the boy! I tried to refuse with a laugh and struggled against Silas's extended claws. Unfortunately, I failed to dodge in time and lose my balance. Just as I'm about to fall, Silas catches me. His hand rests on my... God damn it! Just as I'm about to fall, Silas catches me. His hand rests on my waist, but it makes no effort to help me sit up properly. I can only hold on to his arm. You... Taking advantage of my confusion, Silas puts a grape into my mouth. Only its sweetness persists on my tongue. When I turn, I see that Silas has already placed the sour skin back onto the plate.
Was it good?
Maybe. Yes.
How good exactly? Let me taste it.
Surrounded by his presence, Silas leans in as he's about to pull me into his embrace. As he lowers his head, I close my eyes. First kiss of the day, chat! When I open my eyes again, he's already back in his seat. He's holding a grape from... God damn it. He's holding a grape that's from the dish beside me. You did that on purpose.
Maybe eating it differently could make it taste better.
Rude. I was hoping for our first kiss of the day. We've only been with, 2 other guys. I know how to improve its flavor even more. Would you like to try it? I pick up another grape and pretend I'm going to feed it to Silas. Just as he's about to bite, I pull my hand back and pop the... Fuck you. And pop the grape into my own mouth. Silas looks surprised before his smile widens. He cradles my nape and pulls me closer. He tilts my chin up and leans down, his gaze meeting mine as he bites into the grape. Using his teeth, Silas gently takes the grape from my mouth and eats it. His breath brushes against my lips. It's like a kiss that's present but also absent. Such a fucking tease.
You're right. It does taste better.
Since the wine will be a gift for Silas, I let him choose the grapes. He selects the same variety he took from me earlier. Under the wine person's guidance, we complete the maceration process and successfully bottle the wine. Chat, I don't do wine, okay? I do vodka. After a 2-week fermentation process, we'll be able to taste this unique red wine that belongs to me and Silas. Maceration. Okay. See, I hate the English language, chat. I wonder what it'll taste like.
Well, We'll know when we open it.
It's a deal then. Even if it's the world's end, nothing will stop us from getting a taste.
I doubt Doomsday will target a bottle of wine. Don't forget to supervise it, though.
Yeah, fermentation will fuck you up. You don't do it right. Over the past 2 weeks, it isn't just the wine that ferments. There's also the kiss that never happened. I hate it. I hate it. We went over this earlier, Lem. My mind knows how to say it. My mouth does not. And I get so tired of like trying to get my mind to get my mouth to work that I just say, fuck it. This is my chat. This is my chat. I want to be a writer and not a professional speaker. My professional speaking is in this vicinity, and we all know I fuck it up all the time. It's fine. We're great. The atmosphere between me and Silas has become strained. It's as if we've returned to a state of subtle rivalry. We remain incredibly close, yet it's as if we've tactfully agreed that kissing will be excluded from our interactions. It's an unspoken bet. To break this stalemate, perhaps I should make the first move. If I make Silas kiss me accidentally, that should still count for him losing. With this plan in mind, I move closer to Silas after he finishes checking the sugar content of our wine. Exactly. Clearly, Lem, I will not be voicing the audiobook. I will find someone else to do it. Someone that can English. Silas, I have something special here. Do you want to see it? I make a fist while pretending there's something interesting hidden inside. We're fine, chat.
How mysterious.
If you want to know, come closer. I'll show you. Silas falls for it, and I move my face towards his. All he has to do is open my hand, discover there's nothing inside, turn his head to question me, and that's when I'll smooch me.
Air, huh? That is pretty special. Very few can live without it.
Silas doesn't turn his head. Instead, he opens his hand, slips it through the gaps between my fingers, and intertwines our fingers.
I replaced it with something real. You're welcome.
Such an asshole. He's such an asshole. Right? I'm just going to make all new words. Lem, like 100%. I'm just going to make all new words. Oh, this word doesn't exist? Well, I've written into existence. In this book, they're called wine experts. That's it. They're just wine experts. Or a wino. I'm Italian, so they have to be called winos, you know? Exactly. Whiners. Plan A has failed, but that's okay. I have other strategies. After completing our sugar content checking mission, I place an empty cocoon in the corner. Then I pretend I just discovered something. I use music chat. Silas, there's a cocoon here. I think something's about to come out.
When did you become childlike? Do you enjoy exploring the world around you?
I'd be more curious as to where the fuck I got a cocoon from. Silas remains seated. He shows no intention of getting up. A butterfly is about to emerge. Don't say that I didn't tell you to appreciate it. Silas walks over and crouches down. Looking at his focused expression, I move closer to him once more. I'm waiting for the accident, but he's examining it with intensity that makes it seem like he's genuinely waiting for the butterfly. He can't possibly think this cocoon actually has an insect, right? What do you think? Maybe nothing will come out of this cocoon today.
No need to rush. We can wait for a while. We'll wait until organic compounds form in the air and turn into caterpillar cells. Then we'll let the animal that spontaneously came into existence grow. Eventually, we'll see a butterfly emerge.
Damn it, Silas, saw right through me again. I don't want to keep crouching, so I abruptly stand up. But I lose my balance and crash into Silas. I pull him down with me as we fall to the ground. He didn't catch touch me. What? Okay, boy. Silas, are you? Silas has become my human cushion. I try to get up to check if he's fine, but he holds my waist
This
and pulls.
kind of trap actually makes
Hold my waist and pulls me back down.
someone want to take a closer look.
But then where'd the cocoon come from? Silas reminds me that letting prey willingly walk into a trap is also a hunting strategy. Call them waiters, right? Why would it be fancy? Probably French, even though wine is usually, well, I mean, there's French wine, but most of the, like, a chunk of wine comes from Italy, I believe. So, well, maybe Greece? I think Italy, though. I don't do wine chat. I do vodka. So, like, why? Why? Why can't it be fancy? On this bright afternoon, Silas and I are nestled under the vineyard trellis. We're enjoying the shade. I've been hovering around Silas while deliberately brushing against him. I move back and forth. Finally, he pulls me into his arms. Yeah, most places do wine, but some places still do it better than others.
Are you trying to scam me in broad daylight, kitten?
You're the one holding me right now. Don't blame the victim. I pretend to push against Silas's arm while adjusting myself in his embrace. Silas holds me tighter, and I can feel his laughter against my back. Silas, why are you always smiling?
Because I'm happy every day.
Aww. Impossible. There aren't that many things to be happy about.
I disagree. I have someone circling around me every day. She's skipping all the preliminary minutia to set up traps. And she's staring at me with those eyes wide open as if to ask why I haven't fallen for it yet.
If you know, then why don't you play along?
Maybe I want to always be on her mind. Only then will she keep coming back every day.
Silas's breath tickles my earlobe, and I turn to face him. What if I'm the bait? You still wouldn't fall for it? Silas cups my cheek as I wrap my arms around his neck. I stand on my tippy toes. Oh, it's raining shit. Unexpectedly, what touches my lips before the kiss is a sudden downpour. Typical chat. By the time we return to the winery, our clothes are completely drenched. Well, time to get naked. Silas somehow finds a large towel, drapes it over my head, and helps me dry my hair. I take a corner of the towel between my fingers and wipe away the water from his face. My wet clothes are cold as they cling to me, yet the skin beneath my fingers is hot. I can't help but glance at Silas, only to find him already looking at me. No smooches.
You really want to kiss me right now?
But we're getting naked, so it's fine. You're right, so why don't you close your eyes?
I don't want to. I'd miss out on too much.
We're wrapped in the same towel. Our arms are pressed together as if we're taking in the warmth from each other's bodies. But then, Andrew, of course I sneeze. That's 100% what I would do. God damn it. Why am I MC in these situations? Like to a fucking T. I hate my life chat. This game attacks me. This game attacks me too much. Wearing the outfit Silas gave me, I returned to the lounge. The lights have been turned off again. I look down the corridor. To the left, there's a room with its lights on. They glow brightly like a lure. The luxuriously decorated room is adorned with golden bead curtains on all sides. In the center, a crystal table holds red wine and a perfectly paired food. Wearing only a suit jacket, Silas is resting on a leather sofa.
I knew those clothes would suit you.
What am I wearing?
Today's when we're supposed to open this bottle of wine. The atmosphere is perfect for it.
We don't have to rush it today.
Really? I recall someone saying that not even Doomsday could stop her from drinking this wine. Go ahead and open it. This special moment calls for your personal touch.
Since I was the one who made the bold declaration, I resign myself to my fate and pick up the corkscrew to remove the wine's cork. I use too much force and wine splashes onto Silas. The dark red liquid soaks his suit collar. It trails along the contours of his skin and reaches the depths unable to be seen by the naked eye. Jesus. I can't help but follow the trail. Then I look at Silas, who's watching my reaction with a knowing smirk. Let me help you clean up. Internal thoughts.
No need. I can tell you're eager to taste the wine.
I was going to clean it up with my tongue, but that's just me. Silas pours the drink into a glass. Instead of the standard goblet, he's using his preferred old-fashioned glass, the one he normally uses for spirits.
It doesn't affect the taste, so I'm using the glass I prefer. You've been waiting a long time. Aren't you going to taste it?
Silas holds the glass and brings the wine to my lips. Despite other glasses being available, he's offering me his own. I look at the glass before me, yet I can't help but stare at the wine stains still lingering on Silas. I don't wait to formally taste wine with him, and I definitely don't want to let him lead right now. You're right. Wine should be enjoyed with your favorite glass. I push Silas down onto the sofa and straddle him. Get it, girl! Get it, girl! Under Silas's watchful gaze, I place my hand on his chest and trace the wine's path with a gentle caress. I unfasten the buttons of his suit. I thought he was shirtless. I thought he was only wearing a sports jacket or a suit jacket. So, like, in my mind, he's exactly like this, chat. Like, he was never wearing a shirt. As expected, there's more wine coating his body. My desire to leave my mark on him stirs. Lick it. Lick it. I don't need your glass. I have the perfect one right here. Yeah, lick its contours. Yeah. So, fun fact, chat. I've seen this like picture before, obviously, but I've never realized it's MC's fucking hand in the corner. I don't know why. I thought for some reason it was him spilling. I don't know. I can't. Okay. Meaning Silas is slightly surprised yet intrigued gaze. I raised the wine bottle and slowly tilted. We went from I want a kiss to we're just gonna go fuck in the corner. The dark red liquid flows along Silas's smooth, well-defined muscles. It pools onto his abdomen. Relaxed, Silas reclines on the sofa. He's seemingly content to let me do as I
You
please.
forgot the steps for wine tasting. If so, I'd be happy to give you a private lesson.
Let's
right
fucking
here,
go.
right now.
Let's fucking go. I need to observe the color and fragrance. I remember what you taught me. Before I can pretend to taste the wine, Silas's hand supports the small of my back. He pulls me closer.
Then give me your evaluation.
The wine is a beautiful dark red color, and the aroma is mostly from the grapes. It's rich and smells wonderful. Silas slightly narrows his eyes, his smile bewitching and dangerous. I feel the heat spreading at my waist and try to stand, but he grasps my knee pits to secure me on top of him. Grabs my knee pits to secure me on top of him.
Didn't you say it smells wonderful? Why are you trying to leave? Departing in the middle of a session is prohibited here.
Yeah, girl!
Besides, you've already used your favorite wine glass. You're not going to taste it.
Hi, Memlon! Thank you for the check-in. Welcome in! Right? It's like knee pit, or yeah, knee pit is a really weird word. Nothing. You've walked into nothing. We may be licking wine off a man. It's fine. It's consensual. And that's all that matters. Silas's eyes are like enchanting jewels. Their magnificent luster reminiscent of flowing red wine under the lights. I find myself bewitched and slowly lean down to kiss his skin that's stained in wine. Love it. Love it. No notes. I barely get a second. God damn it. I barely get a second to savor it when Silas lifts my chin. Before he can kiss me, however, I cover his mouth with my hand. Why would you do that? Get it, girl. Did you forget? Even Doomsday won't stop me from tasting this wine.
You're very satisfied with the taste.
We have turned him on so fucking fast. He's dying right now, chat.
To be honest, I like it too. Especially when I'm the glass.
And he lifts me up, and he carries me to the bedroom, and he ravishes me, chat. That's the end of the card. The end. Have a good night. Silas takes a sip of the red wine before kissing me. What was once a fleeting flavor now flows between our lips. I can't tell if it's the wine or something else, but everything feels incredibly hot. I think I'm done. I'll get drunk at this rate. I try to stop Silas again, but my fingertips sink into the warmth of his mouth. Silas gently bites my ring finger. When I pull away, I can see a circle. It's his teeth marks. You like biting people.
I need something to hold on to you. You always try to stop midway and leave before we're done.
Silas takes my finger that he bit and
They
kisses
say
it.
the blood vessels here lead to the heart. Tell me, is this mark circling your finger or your heart?
Both, actually. It might keep me captive with you forever.
Is that so? I suspect you'll climb over the wall and sneak away when I'm not looking tonight. Rather than be in a cage together, I would rather break out with you.
Silas holds me in his arms as he stands. He pushes aside a curtain of gold beads at the back of the room, which reveals a spacious bed. Held captive in his burning embrace, I can barely breathe.
What about you? Don't you want to keep me captive too?
Of course I do, and I want to mark the spot closest to your heart. Bite him. I bite Silas's chest. Chad, I'm not gonna fucking lie. I kind of would have licked the wine off his nipple, but like this game's a little behind me at that point.
That was too gentle. It doesn't count if you don't leave a mark.
I bite down again, harder this time. When I pull away, my teeth marks are left on his skin, steeped in the heady aroma of wine. Now that I have my mark on you, you're mine.
Yes. I'm yours.
Silas tucks my hair behind my ear and caresses my cheek.
Now that you've finished your drink, it's my turn to have a taste.
Oh, you're good. You're clipping them, and I'm like, I can't post any of these. I'm gonna have to figure out how to put them online. And then Dawn appears. This was a really good card. I think in all the cards we watched, chat, this one kind of the best. I think because like all the others are like kind of the blossoming romancy type. Well, this one's like, nah, you've been together forever. You guys are like playful and flirty, but really like, you guys just, you know, fuck each other every chance you get. When the timing is right. It's good. It was a good card. It was a good card. Like I liked the Zane one, but the Zane one was like cute. This one was like sexy. I was kind of waiting for that sexy card. I like that. I mean, I could be his aphrodisiac. That's fine. Yeah, I like it. All right. The next one. Back to Zane. Bloop. Bloop. Zane, you've got to keep up the momentum we got going on over here. Where is it? Hearth and Reach. It's so... See, here's the thing. So we know is demisexual. And Doc likes to think I'm more on the asexual side of things than the demi, but I'm also 35, busy as fuck, and sex is not the easiest thing on my mind. Like, I'm old, you know what I mean? Like, at this point, I don't give a fuck. But Silas resonates with me in such a way that, like, sadly, that's something that Zane doesn't do. Like, I love Zane. Zane is he's my comfort. He's my warm hug. He's my, you're completely overwhelmed. I don't want to talk. I don't want to have to explain it. I don't want to feel like I'm pressured to explain. Yeah, he's my rock. He's just there. And I love that because that's where I am in my life. I need that rock and that support and someone that's there for me and comforts me without being like needy and on top of me, even in like a non-sexual way. Just, I need to be with you at all times sort of thing. Silas is that, like, I want to say raunchy, but raunchy is not even the right word, but he knows he's got it all, you know? And like his passion. Like, his passion is so fucking sexy to me and it's such a turn on for me that I'm like, I get it. I love it. I'm here for it. It ignites something in me that I'm just like, let's fucking go. Like, now again, there is that concept too of fiction versus reality. What a fictional man does in a book is not something that I maybe want done in the real world, but I will admit that it is very fucking hot when I read about it. So like, there's that conflict of, do I love Silas because he is this forbidden fruit, this fictional man that can do all these things, that has this sexy confidence about him, this like, I don't give a fuck, I'm rich, but like, I'm not going to throw that in your face sort of situation. It's more like, I'm rich so I can support you in any way you need it, whether that's a getaway or just, you know, we snuggle in, or a night out, or a night in. Like, it's like the I've got you money. Like, don't worry about the bills. I've got the bills. You focus on you. Like, whether that's you working your job or a hobby, or like that to me is the sexiest fucking thing. And I told Doc when we started dating, I have debts. Like, I have credit card, I have student loans, whatever. I have debts. I do not want to be responsible for supporting someone else because I cannot support myself. There is nothing sexier than knowing that you've got your finances in control, where I don't have to worry about you. You don't have to be rich. You don't have to make a lot of stupid fucking money. Like, but knowing that you can support yourself, the lifestyle that you're leading, the house that you own or whatever, and it's not my responsibility. Like, I can, obviously I chip in for the bills and everything, chat. Like, there are a couple things I don't pay for, but there's a lot of the stuff that we split. And that's fine. But knowing I'm not responsible for like his stuff as well, because I don't want to deal with it. Like, money is a big enough stressor in my own life. I don't need his money stress too. And I feel like with Silas, like, that's kind of his thing. It's like, don't stress about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, you took a vacation from the hunters to like, I got you, boo. And he's just so fucking sly. And so I'm gonna say, chat, that card was fucking hot. I loved it. I adored it. For all of the right and wrong reasons. It's good shit. Oh, chat, I need to fix my hair. My hair won't stay clipped. Okay. All right, heart within reach. Let's go. Zane, be good. I need sex with Zane now too. Zane, over here. Hearing me call him, Zane turns around. The ice cream cones in his hand are melting.
Are you going to eat your ice cream?
Yeah. But I'm not gonna lie, like, just having a game that kind of speaks to me is really nice. He is, but it's so funny because a lot of his cards are very tame. His secret times are hit or miss, but like a lot of his cards are tame. Silence is the one that's like, we did it in the bedroom, the bathroom a million times, the couch. I've had to change the couch a couple times. Like, there's literally all this talk about how many times you fucking done it with him. And I'm like, really? Zane's the horde. Okay. I mean, it's true, but I'm like, I don't know, guys. I think they're trying to see who comes in first there. Zane stops in front of me, his gaze landing on my toy gun. Look, I can shoot balloons with one hand. Taking the ice cream cone from Zane, I aim my toy gun at a balloon and narrow my eyes.
You're pretty good, miss.
Yeah.
They should put up a sign that says hunters who have good marksmanship skills are prohibited from playing.
Stop ruining my fun, Zane.
Here's the grand prize. It's a plushie.
It's a plushie! That's the thing. Like, I feel like he's got such a hunger. It's going to, like, I'm going to hurt the next day. I'm going to be bruised in all good ways, chat. I'm going to be bruised and tired and sore because it's not just one round. It's one round followed by a quick swig of some water, and then we're back at it. And we're going till the sun rises. I take the giant seal plushie from the stall owner and shove it into Zane's arms. Take it. It's my thank you gift for accompanying me to the carnival, Dr. Zane. Zane carries the seal plushie over his shoulder. Its flipper brushes against his cheek, so he's struggling to eat his ice cream.
I was dragged here by you.
You love it and you know it. Under the setting sun, I walk with my skewer and ice cream cone. The wind carries Zane's voice right into my ears. Isn't this carnival amazing? You're always holed up in that freezing office. You should... I turn back to look at Zane. The sun shines on my face. I lift my hand to shield my eyes. The sunset is colored like spilled orange soda, wraps its amber glow around Zane's tall silhouette. I hate that she does. Oh my god. I think it's a translation thing because of how, like, I don't know. Like, I think it's a translation thing, but it pisses me off. Like, at this point, like, I'm fucking sleeping with this man, and some of the cards after were married. So, like, what? I don't get it. The sunset, its color like spilled orange soda, wraps an amber glow around Zane's tall silhouette.
Should what?
Zane looks at me. When my mouth is agape, all of my thoughts melt into a puddle. It's nothing. The evening wind is making me feel dizzy. Don't tell him that. Then he'll think we're sick. Sunlight fades and the lingering remnants of dusk are nibbled away by the encroaching night. Zane carries the seal half the size of an adult in his arms. Walking next to Zane, I hold the plushie's fluffy flipper. What's wrong?
Didn't you overhear their conversation?
No. I shake my head.
Being with the wrong person is a new kind of death.
Wow, that's a little harsh. I mean, but not wrong, but a little harsh. It's true.
Does that statement resonate with you?
Everyone has their type, right? A friend made a list one time and told me. It doesn't matter how much you love them. If you can't even sleep at the same time, then a breakup is inevitable.
Did the list have a lot of names on it?
That's not the point. Zane is suddenly quiet. He doesn't seem interested, so I stop talking about this topic. Neither of us speaks as we walk, still holding the seal plushie flipper. I stroke it with my thumb.
Whose name did you write down on your list?
Was that a pause I just heard? I mean, at school, everyone had a crush on some male celebrity or idol, right? Zane shakes his head. Ugh, I guess I can't talk about this stuff with you.
They might not meet your expectations.
I know, I feel so bad. But Chet, I really do love the fact that they keep putting him in the suit because it looks really good on him. And I'm also, Chet, a big fan of a guy, or anyone for that matter, in a really good, like, 3-piece suit. A well-fitting suit just makes a man. And I'll say man, but really, it's like anyone. If it's a well-fitted suit on anyone, it just looks really fucking hot. So, just throwing that out there. Bored, I tugged the seal's plushie's tail. 2 people don't have to do everything together. The occasional movie, dinner, or walk is good enough.
What else?
They can watch a show together, post pictures on moments, or visit fun places.
Does that also count?
Zane points at a parade in the distance. He seems to have an epiphany. His finger freezes in midair before his arm falls to his side. We accidentally make eye contact. Silently, we look away.
Is it actually this simple?
I nod.
Even so, many people can't compromise.
People are just too busy nowadays.
I suppose we aren't, since we're here.
Yeah, we had fun today. You did have fun, right? Zane doesn't answer me immediately. He looks back at the parade. We walk to the parking lot in silence. We bump shoulders a few times. As a result, we silently put some distance between us. As I walk, I study the patterns carved into the stone path. Then Zane abruptly grabs my slingback strap. Zane pulls me towards him. My gaze shifts from the dark button on his shirt to his face. I feel a little dazed. Zane? I can almost feel his warmth. Zane points behind me.
The light is red.
Oh, shit. My pounding heart slowly calms down. I mumble a thanks, then nod. This man's always saving my life, Chad.
Remember to fasten your seatbelt.
I did.
Where's Mr. Seal?
Zane glances behind him. The seal in the leather back seat, tummy up. He's sleeping. Don't wake him up. Zane nods and starts the car. Did you have fun today, Dr. Zane?
I did. It's nice to go out every now and then. However, I would have preferred to spend my time elsewhere.
He has a nice car. I'd rather not go to a medical museum for fun. The corner of Zane's mouth curves up.
Do you think I willingly visit those places?
Maybe? I was just guessing. Zane turns the steering wheel around. The car takes a sharp turn into an empty street and heads into another direction that's far from my home. Where are we going?
To a place I go to for fun.
Zane is focused on the road. He doesn't turn on the car's navigation system. It seems he knows the way like the back of his hand. Excited, I watch the scenery pass us by. While I know the ins and outs of Lincoln City, there are so many streets I've never truly taken the time to appreciate.
We're almost there.
A towering double-decker bridge is ahead of us. During the day, the bridge is a pristine white, yet at night it lights up and casts an orange hue on the water. It reminds me of the sunset earlier. Zane takes me to the lower deck of the bridge and slows down the car to let me have a clear view of our surroundings. They aren't flashy or spectacular. People are just going for a peaceful stroll. As we drive by them, I catch a glimpse of their faces. They appear content, relaxed in the evening breeze.
I like to come here sometimes.
Zane glances at me, his voice a little playful.
After the medical museum closes, of course.
I scratch my head as if to say, give me a break. Smiling again, Zane keeps driving and leaves them behind. Help! Help! Somebody help me! I whisper very lightly in the car. When the car pulls up to my home, I take off my seatbelt. Thanks for hanging out with me today.
You're welcome.
With one hand on the steering wheel, Zane stares at the apartment.
Let me know when you're inside.
Okay. I'm about to open the door, but then I turn to look around at Zane. His head is lowered, he's quiet, and his left hand rests on the steering wheel. I suppress my disappointment.
Don't forget Mr. Seal.
You don't want to keep him?
He won't like my house. It's too monochrome and simple.
Chad, I just want to hug him. Why don't you ask him? With one hand still on the steering wheel, Zane turns around and begins to speak to the seal plushie.
Hello.
You're scaring him, Dr. Zane. Zane and I start laughing. After a few moments, we quiet down.
I have nothing else to say.
Yeah, see you later? Zane doesn't respond right away. When he speaks, his voice is low.
I was wondering if I had forgotten something, and you were upset because of it.
Aww. Do you remember what you've forgotten?
Not sure.
I playfully smile at Zane. I won't tell him much. I don't want to say goodbye just yet. Look, Zane.
What?
Me.
I know what you look like. After this, I won't be able to see you for quite some time. Since we're both very busy, we should meet up whenever we can.
It's like at that point, then just come into my apartment. We can hang out for a little bit, you know?
What are you thinking about? You're smiling. Well, I think I might be very close to the answer.
Will you dream of me tonight, Zane?
We did visit a lot of places, and I am tired. However, it seems unlikely.
Poke him. Then I won't dream either. Chad, I'm wearing like a matching sweater to his suit. That's so fucking cute. I don't know how well it matched, but the color's close, and that's all that matters. Why are you still holding my hand, Dr. Zane?
I've only confiscated it. I'll return it in due time. All right. It's getting late. You should go home.
I don't wanna. Yeah, bye.
When would we be able to meet up again?
Let me guess, your schedule is packed.
Next week, Sunday.
If we're seeing each other on Sunday, then I'll start getting ready on Saturday. Anyway. Good night. Yeah.
If I'm able to see you Sunday, I'll start getting excited Thursday.
Oh, that's really sweet. That was so cute. See? Even though I get like with them sometimes. They infuriate me, but I love them. But nothing Wednesday. Nobody likes Wednesday because it's a hump day. We're still, you know, 3 days short from the weekend, and it's still like 2 days from. So Wednesday's a bad day. All right. Beep. God damn it, pen. Be useful. Yeah. Exactly. Alright. Now we go to the RAF. The RAF. And we go Rising Tides. Alright, chat. I'm gonna play an ad, get that out of the way. And then we come back, we'll do Rising Tides. And then I have 3 more Zane ones. and then we'll see where we are time-wise, okay, chat? So, go stretch. Go hydrate. Go get a snack. Do good things for yourself. Be back in a couple of minutes. Hang tight. Hang tight, chat. English, mouth, work. All right, chat. chat. That's annoying as fuck. My iPad and my phone are connected and to Do Not Disturbs. So my iPad's on and it's like, oh, well, we've Do Not Disturbed all of your stuff. And I'm like, why? I told my iPad to be not disturbed. I don't give a fuck if my phone is. All right, perfect timing, Remy. We're just getting started. Okay, Rising Tide. Mo Art Studio. In the afternoon, a gentle breeze sweeps through White Sand Bay, and the tree branches sway. Dappled sunlight casts mottled patterns across the pavement. Carrying a stack of cardboard boxes that's almost taller than me, I stand before Raphael's studio. Raphael, come help me with these. Before I get a response, I use my foot to push open the door and lean in, but I'm caught off guard because multiple pairs of eyes are staring back at me. That outfit looks good on him. Raphael is sitting sideways on the sofa, his chin resting on the back of his hand. Amid the cluster of microphones and lights, he was seemingly lost in thought a few seconds ago. Yet, because of my intrusion, his gaze leaves the interviewer sitting across from him and finds me across the room. He grins. Raphael told me last night that someone would be doing an interview with him today, and it will end before lunch, but it looks like they're still going. Sorry, please continue. Before I can move, Raphael stands, makes his way through the crowd, and takes the cardboard boxes from my hands. I'm fine, Riley. Shouldn't you continue your interview?
You were about to be swallowed by the boxes. I think rescuing you is more important.
After that, the interviewer continues, and I sit in the corner while we playing Tatalia's messages. Ebb Day is coming up, so I asked her for advice on how to help Raphael get through it.
Have you prepared everything I told you to get?
Yeah, I got them. Humidifier, cooling patches, electrolytes, I brought them to his home.
Good.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors.
Lemurians recover from the symptoms faster
Welcome
when they're in a place where they feel
Welcome
secure.
in! Thank you for the read! The doggo. There's probably, that tea is messing with me. You could just explain it to me. Good. Welcome in, though! What were you up to? How was your stream? How was your stream? Oh, I'm gonna mix it up on, so it's not gonna tell me what everyone's playing. Boo. But welcome in, Raiders. If we don't know each other, I am Riding the Waves. I am a variety streamer. I'm typically a VTuber. But today we are on camera playing Love in Deepspace because I am very far behind on cards and I owe chat some camera time. Nice. Oh, nice. See, I don't have his catch-22 or his cat cards. I bet they're really good. So I'm gonna just go on a limb, guess, and say Xavier is your main. I am a Zane Silas main. Zane is my number one. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Again, we do not judge here. Everyone's main is totally valid. I'm always just curious. The mods have confirmed it. The mods have confirmed it. Exactly. No secrets. Of course not. Of course not. My mod is clipping me of all of the naughty things that I'm saying.
But my work's not done yet.
Thank you so much for gifting that sub, Remy. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow.
Bid you welcome.
I appreciate it very, very well. Raiders, though, if you need to do anything post-stream, please make sure you go do it. We are all about self-care here. I want to make sure you guys are eating, drinking, stretching, doing good things for yourselves. If you have to raid and run, I totally get it. If you want to hang out and watch as we go through some Raph cards and some more Zane cards, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, chat.
Bid you welcome.
Thank you for the follow, Salty Cross. I appreciate it. Chat, I fixed my hair again. I straightened my hair so it would look good at stream, and instead it's just not playing nice and staying clipped into my hair. Clip, clip, clip. Okay. Alright, so what was this?
One more thing. Lemurians recover from the symptoms faster when they're in a place where they feel secure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Auntie. It's still really funny, chat. I'm talking to Raph's aunt with Zane all over my chats. I put down my phone and listened to Raphael's interview.
I heard you recently joined a collaborative art project that requires creative works with sand, and the theme is based on the tide. Could you share with us your approach for this upcoming piece? You live in White Sand Bay and regularly draw inspiration from the seaside. You must be familiar with these elements.
I haven't decided yet.
You know what's really
The more
funny? I didn't realize, Remy, that this card was that whole thing. And I was like, oh, interesting.
When I think of the tide, many images surface. The sun, the moon, heartbeats, erosion, gifts.
Morning, Kai.
For me, it's a concept that exists on the extreme end of the
You can
abstract.
sneak back in. We're not doing
It's difficult to
silence
find an entry
anymore.
point in a short time frame.
I understand. If someone asked me to describe youth or childhood, I would also need to think about it for a long time.
Kai, if you had watched the Silas card, Rosie... Hold on, chat. Rosie Hughes. I felt something, Kai. So, like, you would have been really fucked. Or maybe you wouldn't have. I don't know. How could you pause? They're perfect. So you stopped at the good part. Ah. They converse for a while longer. Then the interviewer and Raphael stand up and politely shake hands.
That concludes our interview for today. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. May I indulge in a bit of gossip before I leave? That young lady is your...
As soon as she says this, the other staff members sneakily look my way. It's clear they've been curious for quite some time. Raphael and I exchange a glance from opposite sides of the group. The corner of his mouth slightly curls up.
If I were to express what happiness means to me, her name is essential.
Aww. The interviewer seemed to understand the implications and turns to look at me with a warm, touched smile.
I see. I hope both of you are happy in the future, and I look forward to seeing many works about happiness.
That's adorable. Look, chat. And he is naked. After they leave, I check the cardboard boxes against my orders in the shopping app. Raphael, who was chatting moments ago, has collapsed onto the sofa like a limp fish.
I'm so tired. I want to go to bed.
It was just an interview. Aren't you being a little too dramatic? I noticed that the box in my hand has been signed for at 7 a.m. Did my delivery wake you?
No, the tide brought in lots of food, and the seagulls got too excited.
I could see that. As an owner of a Mr. Beakers, we are fully aware of how excited the seagulls get with food.
They decided to be rude and caused a huge commotion on the beach before...
Oops. Despite criticizing the seagulls, the exhaustion in his eyes is unmistakably as he painfully rubs the bridge of his nose. Do you want to go upstairs and rest? Raphael grabs a thin blanket and wraps himself up. His gaze remains uncovered as he looks at me.
I can just lie here and exist. I even get to hear the white noise of you unboxing packages.
Chad, I feel that in my soul. I just want to I can just lie here and exist. Like, my whole being feels that. The couch I typically just not exist on is 5 feet behind me. I have blankets and 2 pillow-like thingies, so I cannot exist on it for a while. Under Raphael's watchful gaze, I unpack a humidifier, cooling patches, energy drinks, and more. As he looks at the assortment of items, Raphael's expression grows increasingly confused.
What are those for?
Ebday will be soon upon us. These should make you feel more comfortable. I also asked for a week off so I could be with you. Do you feel honored?
Thanks for being my guardian angel.
You're
but
welcome. It's what I do. Look, Chad, he knows.
Ebday is different from a normal fever. The elevated body temperature is just a minor symptom. The real challenge lies with everything else.
Looking up at me, Raphael rests on the sofa. His voice is slightly hoarse from drowsiness.
These won't be enough. Let's talk after I take a nap. Do you want to join me?
Probably. That sounds really comfortable. I bet his couch is amazing. You know what I haven't done in a many long while? Sleep on the beach. The last time I did, I was in community college, and a bunch of theater girls and I went to the beach. And I ended up very sunburned with a 1 imprinted on my chest. Don't know how, don't know when, don't know, but I miss it. It was so comforting. I've napped on a boat before, chat. Just a heads up. I have not like officially napped on a boat, but we went crabbing and I was up super late because I couldn't sleep. And then we got up super early because we had to drive like an hour to the place to pick up the boat. And so we were on the water by like 7:30 in the morning. And I was tired, and feeling the waves underneath the boat was kind of rocking us, and the warm sun on my face, and just the smell of the water around. It was so cozy. I was getting tired to the point where my dad was like, you know, like being so exhausted and everything. And I was like, I am just at a place of bliss. Like, I am comforted. I am happy. Like, this is my jam. Like, I don't have to do anything. I can easily just nap on the boat, enjoying everything going on around me. I love the water, chat. For the past few days, I had to stay up late to deal with wanderers. Sleep deprived, I passed out and slept until late afternoon. When I wake up, Raphael is gone. I find him sitting on a rock by the shoreline. His back faces me and his bare feet touch the seawater as he gazes intently at the vast, boundless ocean. I toss my shoes and run across the beach to sit down beside him. Why'd you come out here alone?
I wanted to search for some inspiration after I woke up, but I couldn't find any. I tried everything, cutie.
Chad, I really like his neck thing. Like, his whole outfit just comes together really well. The color looks really good on him. The black choker necklace thing looks really good. Fucking hate it.
So I decided to sit here, dip my feet in the water, and sense the waves' rhythm.
What do you feel? It worked, right?
Yeah.
Raphael looks into the distance, his hair at the edges of his clothing dancing in the sea breeze. The sight feels like it's from an oil painting with softly blended colors.
This feeling is hunger.
Seemingly drained, Raphael plops onto the rock, only to quickly hiss in pain and sit back up. You landed on a rock! My dude, like, seriously, you landed on a rock.
It's so hot. At this rate, I'm gonna be a fish that was grilled on a stone.
Get off the rock! Go
Bid
swim
you
in.
welcome.
Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome
Talking
in.
about it is making me hungrier. Do you want to get some seafood?
Nah. I bet it's so cool. After ordering seafood, we stay seated on the rocks as we wait. Night approaches and the sea breeze gradually grows cooler. You still haven't found your inspiration?
Soon. In terms of progress, I'm at like 0.01%. Yippee. There are several movies with good reviews lately, and I've already picked some out. Do you want to head back and help me evaluate them?
I shake my head and point to a nearby fish. It's stranded on the shore with its eyes rolled back. I need to keep an eye on you. We don't want you accidentally ending up like that.
Are you serious? I'm not fragile. Besides, that fish looks terrible. Giving it a glance is painful, you know.
Chat, he just made a comment he was going to be a fish cooked on a stone, and now he's not that fragile. The man gives me whiplash. The sea, which has been calm, sends a perfectly timed wave that sweeps away the fish before returning it to its serene state. I stay seated and keep him company as we watch the skyline. We've sat in silence for so long, though, I can't help but want to talk about something. Raphael, what does the tide mean to you?
It's complicated. I might end up rambling for a while. Like, a long while.
Go ahead, I'll listen to every word.
When I was a child, it represented abundance and joy.
He's so dramatic.
The deep waters would bring nutrients that nourished fish, shrimp, and lemurians. As I grew older, the tide revealed rock walls riddled with holes, but they also brought unexpected joys and new attachments. After that, it became painful. It burned, and the discomfort felt almost inescapable.
He's quiet for a long time. I don't say anything and use only my feet to splash water around. The ripples spread to gently lap against his legs. Raphael's gaze shifts from the sea to me.
Did you call for me?
It's the tide. I tilt my head as I watch him and continue moving my feet. My tide surges towards him with every wave. After a moment of alertness, Raphael seems to awaken from a trance. He lifts his feet and begins splashing to my rhythm. Our tides collide, ripples on the water surface converging into what looks like a tightly woven net.
I think I found my inspiration.
Do you want to go back and make something?
It's not that urgent. Besides, our food's here. Let's eat first, then we can talk.
Probably driven by creative inspiration, Raphael only takes a few bites before declaring he's full. He goes out briefly and returns with an entire bucket of fine sand. He places a bucket on the dining table that was just cleared, grabs a handful of sand, and begins sorting through it grain by grain under the light. What are you doing?
This place is called White Sand Bay, but not all the sand is pure white. When you look at them closely, each grain has a different texture and color. I want to separate the different types of sand, then I'll combine them to create a piece.
Okay, that's where I walk away because I'm like, I'm not sitting there sorting through sand grain by grain. Absolutely not. I've seen this task in fairy tales before. There was a girl who was bullied and forced to sort red, green, and black beans from a mixed pile every day. But see, like, beans are easier. Beans are bigger. Sand is fucking tiny. Absolutely not.
I'm different, though.
Absolutely not. Huh?
I'm doing this willingly.
We're quiet for a moment, and then we burst into laughter at the same time. Do you want some help? Don't
No need.
offer it!
The color differences between the sand grains are too subtle. You wouldn't be able to see them.
Bless. Bless this boy. Bless. Don't underestimate me. Raphael raises an eyebrow without saying anything else. Then he moves to the side to make room for me. I'm able to closely examine the small piles of sand he just sorted. That's too much. After a second passes, I quietly leave, return to the sofa, and pick up my laptop. I guess I'll get back to work. For a while, I'm immersed in organizing my report materials, until I'm suddenly aware of the breathing behind me. He fell asleep. Oh. I turn around to find Raphael standing there. Dazed, he stares at me. What's wrong?
Nothing. I was just curious about what you're doing.
I shift to the side to make room for him and show him my mission report. After skimming through a few pages, Raphael closes his eyes. With a pained expression, he collapses onto the sofa and rests his head on my lap. Oh, the poor
I'd
boy.
rather go back to sorting my sand than look at that, but my eyes hurt. Let me borrow your hands for a moment.
He places his hand over mine, carefully grips my fingers, and uses them to massage the areas around his eyes. Why don't we put the sand sculpture aside and wait until Ebb Day is over?
I can't. The purpose of this event is to capture our immediate feelings about the tide.
Right? All the nap times.
And create art with them. Once it ends, the opportunity will be gone forever. I just need to rest for a bit.
The massage ends and Raphael's movements stop. However, he still keeps my hand over his eyes as he lies there quietly. I can sense his eyes moving under his eyelids. It's as if he's constructing something in the darkness. For him, closing his eyes and shutting off the channels that reflect reality might lead to a more magnificent world. I wonder what the tide looks like in his eyes. No. What in the world is he wearing? Over the next few days, Raphael continues working on his sand sculpture, but his progress is extremely slow. Do you need some help?
Can you grab a jar of sand for me, please? The whitest one on the cabinet. All the way to the left.
Okay, I'm loving this. I'm loving this whole look. Like, even if we remove the apron, because it's just like that sweater, those earrings, I'm loving all of this. It's adorable. It's absolutely adorable and very fitting and almost seems kind of like K-pop-ish, like boy band, like just kind of chilling out. I don't know. I love it. I'm loving the vibes I'm getting off of it. He gets a headband. I find it and hold it out to Raphael. He quickly glances at it before taking the jar. But after some time has passed, I notice there's another jar on the shelf. Based on the arrangement, that one should actually be the whitest. Raphael didn't notice me grab the wrong one. Is there a problem? While he steps away to get some tools, I take a jar of sand from the table and put it back on the shelf. Raphael returns from the storage room and gives me a puzzled look.
Did you do something? You look guilty.
I needed some space on the table to organize things, so I put your jar of sand back on the shelf. But now I can't tell which one it is. Can you get it? Raphael shakes his head, then he confidently grabs a jar of sand.
Ta-da!
Uh-oh. You grabbed the wrong one, Raphael, so I'll give you a chance to be honest with me. Raphael's gaze lingers on the sand for a long time before landing on me. He runs his fingers through his hair and lets out a soft sigh.
Okay. I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that I can't recognize colors well. I'd say I'm on the same level as an average human right now.
I feel like he's insulting me, chat. And I feel like I should be offended. And what's the good news? Raphael moves closer, lowers his head, and presses his forehead against mine. Our gazes meet at an intimate distance.
For now, we see the world in the same way.
If I could choose, I'd rather have myself become more perceptive than you lose your keen senses.
But experiencing the world through your eyes feels nice. I always thought the new cabinet clashed horribly with my other furniture. The white was all wrong. It looks more harmonious now, though. Maybe the sand sculpture I create in this state might actually be closer to reality. Don't worry. I'll get better once Ebb Day ends. It won't affect my daily life or my artistic career. Your expression doesn't need to be that solemn. Smile.
I can't. I'm angry. Boop. 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 I firmly grasp Raphael's chin with my other hand. Don't you dare hide things like this from me again. Whether it's a headache, a fever, or losing a single strand of hair, I need to know about it immediately, understand?
Yeah. My ears and gills heard you.
Rude. He's being so mean to me, Chad. I'm just trying to help. Look at the Mr. Beakers. Over the next few days, Raphael doesn't show any new symptoms and even seems to be in a good mood. I gradually begin to relax. But on the actual update, unexpected complications arise. In the afternoon, I step outside to sign for our package and return to find him gone. Raphael, where are you? After searching extensively, I spot a figure lying quietly in the seawater. I rush to his side. Before I can say anything, he firmly grabs my ankle. Despite the cold seawater, his touch feels strangely scorching hot.
You found me.
What are you doing here?
I was getting inspiration by the sea. At some point, I got tired and sat down.
I walked outside for like 2 minutes to sign for a fucking package. He is 100% a cat guy.
A wave rolled in, and I thought it'd be nice to lie down and rest for a bit.
And then you couldn't get up anymore.
You're so smart, cutie. How did you know? Don't tell me you installed cameras to spy on me.
I haven't done that yet, but I'm planning to recruit 10 octopuses to keep an eye on you 24/7.
Oh, that's awful. Dreadful, you know. You're forcing marine creatures to do unpaid labor.
I'll feed them and fish, it's fine. That's what happens when there's a disobedient fishy. What would you have done if I hadn't found you?
The worst case scenario is the waves taking me away. Then I'd fall into a distant, deep sea trench and would have to swim back tomorrow.
Tingle, 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 tingle. He would 100% have like a choker on with the little bell. Him and Xavier are the two that I could see that on. Ugh, hate it.
You'd be on the beach calling out to me, Raphael.
He changed his earrings. Chat, he's got so many fucking piercings. The other picture had 2 like on the tips, and then now he's got one in the middle. I don't know parts of the ear, chat, so I don't know what kind of piercing they are, but damn, he's got so many holes.
Then I'd pop up to say hi and show you souvenirs from my homeland.
That's a nice fantasy, but Mr. Raphael. With feigned seriousness, I clear my throat and look at him. I'm temporarily revoking your right to experience nature for artistic inspiration, starting now. Yeah, I have a lot of calls I'd have to do that with. So many calls, chat. Come back with me and stay in your bedroom until the end of today.
So you're gonna be a bossy cutie, huh? You're like seaweed that wraps itself around a fish's tail so it won't escape.
I honestly, like, he's just laying in the water and I could see MC grabbing his foot, lifting it up and just dragging him back through the water and sand to the house. Just saying, chat, that's what my mind has simply gone to. What does the fishy not like? What, does the fishy not like it?
Don't ask the fishy that question. He can only blow bubbles. Glub, glub, glub.
He can have the collar stuff, he has a shock collar. He can have both. Maybe we'll decorate the shock collar, you know? We'll just put a little bell on it. It'll be cute. Raphael releases my ankle. Grinning, he holds out his hand to me.
But if you have the right bait, he'll willingly surrender.
Look, and he's got 3 fucking... I hate that his earrings don't match, but I also love that his earrings don't match. The combination looks really good together. Stop being so fucking attractive with clothing, okay? Okay. Chat, I can do this because we're looking at each other like his face is literally in line with mine. After we return, Raphael and I stay in the bedroom. He begins to grow restless, his expression revealing he's fighting to stay calm. To distract him, I find the movies he mentioned and watch them with him. But here comes the best part. Pay attention. You've been staring at that strand of hair for 10 minutes. Aren't you bored? Raphael is resting his head on my lap. I don't know where he found a strand of my hair, but he's been repeatedly winding it around his finger.
It's more interesting than the black and white movie.
It's not a... Never mind. I'm engrossed in the plot until he moves. His hot breath brushes against my skin, which causes me to look down.
What's wrong?
Raphael's cheeks are now crimson. Scales are surfacing on his face and neck, yet his expression remains extraordinarily calm. Why didn't you say anything?
That part of the movie was good. You seemed to be enjoying yourself, and I didn't want to disturb you.
So, fine. You figure out something, and then it just make it work. We're gonna put a little bell on his little collar and decorate it and make it pretty. We're gonna find a way. We're gonna find a way. It's not interesting enough to make me ignore your transformation, especially when you're doing it in front of me. Yeah, just turn into a mermaid in front of me. It's fine. Quickly, I bring out everything I prepared earlier and arrange it in a neat row in front of Raphael. Which one would you like to use first? You can choose.
I have this many options?
I usually try my best to respect other people's opinions.
What do you mean by other people? Will you help this other person when it comes to wiping down his body so he can cool down?
I feel like we should just put him in an ice bath. If that's what he wants.
If I said I didn't need it, you might as well go grab the black pepper and sea salt and sprinkle me evenly on both sides.
Jesus. I wring out a damp towel and tentatively begin wiping his forehead and arms. Is this okay?
It kinda helps, but it's not enough.
He takes my hand, places it on his chest, and guides my index finger to the topmost button of his shirt.
Do you need me to show you the next steps?
I look at him as I tentatively undo one button. Small light blue scales are scattered across the hollow between his collarbones. My fingertips gently brush over them. They should be cool to the touch, but they're hot. I'm reminded of the smooth texture of seashells heated by the sun. I look into his eyes.
What's wrong?
I use my fingernail to gently prod one of his scales. His breathing changes, his chest rises and falls uncontrollably, as if I'm teasing him. Oh, come on, the boy isn't feeling well. Don't make him aroused. Yet at the same time, his gaze grows sharper. Its depths darkening like a smoldering fire.
Are you trying to save me? Or is this an attempt to make things awkward for me?
But he doesn't feel good. It's not the same. He's so tired and he's warm. What kind of awkward are we talking about? I'd like to see it. Raphael's expression shows distinct intrigue.
I get it.
I know.
You're the type who likes
but
to
like,
catch a fish when he's vulnerable.
I feel bad. He's uncomfortable. I'm not gonna make him more uncomfortable. Like, I can't. That's not who I am as a person. That's how MC is, because she's a bitch. There's a difference here. You dislike it? All right, I'll just go back to sleep. I make a show of getting up, but Raphael is faster. He presses his other hand against my back to keep me in place. Through his damp bangs, his gaze meets mine. Then he flips our positions. Pinned under him, I have no choice but to look up.
You weren't shy when you were teasing my scales.
I guess because he just sounds so lethargic. Like, it's just really hard for me to be like, yeah, you want it. Like, it's just, it doesn't match the energy. Like, the tone doesn't match. So, even to me, it's not sultry. He just sounds exhausted. Like, if I place him on the bed, he's just gonna pass the fuck out. So, like, there's nothing there.
We're just getting started, and you already prepared everything. Why do you want to leave?
See, that's sultry.
Don't look away. Look at me.
I just realized you still have a fever. Is it really okay for us to... Raphael, you need to lie down and rest. I can... When my joke leaves my mouth, our covenant unexpectedly activates. Raphael's body suddenly goes limp. He moves away from me and lands on the sofa. His eyes widen with shock as he stares at me. Raphael and I exchange looks as I struggle to hold back my smile. The humidifier is out of water. I need to go downstairs to refill it. Will you be okay if I leave you for a bit?
Of course. But I'd feel better if you could rein in that smile on your face.
As I carry the water tank downstairs, my smile remains. I'm still savoring the look on Raphael's face. That's a beautiful window. Why is he calling me?
Said the loss of my color recognition doesn't affect my daily life the other day. I was wrong. It made me experience a significant loss. I couldn't see whether you were blushing or not earlier. That's why I'm calling. It seems like an insignificant problem, but I couldn't help myself. You haven't been gone for long. I'm struggling to stay in control. My temperature is higher, and my emotions are more erratic. It's unbearable.
We're like, you know, maybe 150 feet from each other. Maybe 200. I figure he's in a big house.
For your sake, please go home. You can see me tomorrow.
Aww. I won't leave. All right. Bye. Have fun. Is that a joke? I won't leave.
If you don't, there's no telling what might happen later. Even though our bond is restraining me, I might not obey every command.
I hope I got you really hot and bothered. You can deal with that all night. Bye.
I might go against your wishes and do things you won't tolerate.
And I'm not afraid.
I'll be waiting for you then.
As I push open the door, Raphael is already in bed. He's watching me as I walk toward him. Wait, I was holding a bucket of water.
On a night when the tides ebb, anything can happen. You said you're not afraid. Stay with me.
Nice pose. Nice. Nice, chat.
Your hand, it's like an ocean current is flowing through my chest.
Love it. Both nipples, chat. Not just one. Not just one. You get both. I'm fucking dying.
Are you crazy? You're not allowed to bite. Be gentle.
Let's fucking go.
These scales can't protect us. They only attract our enemies.
Die. See, now I say bye. See you later.
This is what happens when I let my guard down. A bold, reckless human mercilessly takes advantage of me.
Yes. Yes, I do. No obedient fishies like you will have sweet dreams tonight.
Let me hold you like this.
Aw, that's really
until
sweet.
the tide recedes.
So, did I really? Oh, I'm terrible, chat. I'm terrible. The next morning, I open my eyes in a daze. Raphael is still beside me with his eyes closed. He's lying on some of my hair, the delicate strands swaying gently with his breath like seaweed in a current. I remain still, but he seems to sense me and opens his eyes. His gaze is lucid. You're awake. Why are you still laying here?
I'm looking for inspiration.
Hmm? How are you feeling? Physically speaking, I mean.
I'm back to normal. You can barely keep your eyes open, though. Go back to sleep.
He turns on his side, his fingers brush over my eyelids and rest gently behind my ear. Heavy drowsiness washes over me again like the waves. I drift in and out of sleep several times and ask him about the time, but he always coaxes me back to sleep. What time is it?
It's time for afternoon tea.
I immediately open my eyes and realize it's already 3 in the afternoon. Why didn't you wake me up?
You worked hard last night. You deserve more sleep.
Did I work hard? I didn't do a whole lot, chat. Just saying. Raphael gets up and adjusts his pajamas in front of the mirror. His movements graceful and effortless. If this is his pajamas... Okay. Observing him, I lean against the pillows. Did you feel better during this ebb day compared to the last one?
Now that you mention it, it was the gentlest one I've experienced in years.
So here's the thing.
And for some reason, I find myself looking forward to the next one.
Here's the thing, Remy, and this is where I'm going to piss people off. I teased him, it ended in a cuddle. We didn't even kiss. So in my mind, he fell asleep. I teased him, I provoked him, I made him hornier than he already was, and then we fell asleep, or he fell asleep. Like, legitimately, I felt like it was leading to something, and then the fade to black wasn't even a good fade to black. So to me, I didn't do a whole lot of nothing. Like, that's it. Let me think. I read about your condition before. It's called captive bonding response. He looks at me through the mirror's reflection, his voice inexplicably deep.
In the past, it actually was painful. There was an unquenchable thirst that brought a suffocating, feverish tide. But now that you're here, everything's different.
I think that's what people complained about, because didn't the same thing happen with Xavier too? There was like this like really intense card that ended up like being a huge flop.
Pain that will be eased. Desires that are answered. Maybe we can
I feel like
call
this
it
is the same
pleasure.
one. We lock eyes in the mirror and I confirm one thing from his gaze. What does Ebb Day mean to you now?
Because of you, I think I've become a little addicted to it.
I don't even know if I own that card. Several days later.
I wonder if you agree that Raphael's sand sculpture Tide is interesting. Its form resembles surging waves and multiple curling strands of sea.
Because I know the whole card and the whole like trailer teased the fact that you could like really turn him on and do stuff, and everyone was like, "Oh my god!" And then I remember people bitching about it. They were like, "That was it. That was the card. That was the entirety of it." Like they spoiled the whole like oomph of it.
From this angle, I think it also resembles someone's hair.
Regardless of the interpretation, the first impression it gives isn't of surging tides or nature's creation. Rather, it's an emotion.
A gentle, warm one.
Aw, so cute.
Stop watching that and focus on your meal.
Why are you always wearing really nice tops? I hate it. I sit at the dinner table with Raphael. I'm eating while an art appreciation program plays on my phone. I was there when you created Tide. I wanted to see their interpretations. But the more I listen, the more confused I get. I hold up my spoon in front of him and pretend it's a microphone. I'd like to interview Raphael, our distinguished artist. Among all of those interpretations, which one would you say is the most accurate?
The artworks created by distinguished artists are outside the scope of simple interpretations. They contain contemplation from multiple dimensions. If I were Thomas, that's how I'd explain it. But with you, I can be more honest. It expresses what I felt when I woke up the day after Ebb Day. Tides, the sun, the moon, heartbeats, erosion.
He does. It looks really good on him.
Everything I had spoken about before materialized before me. They became one, breathing before me, sleeping peacefully. They were within reach. Outside of that, I incorporated some feelings from the depths of my heart. To be exact, it's a soft, fluctuating, warm and tranquil emotion. No, that's not right.
He suddenly corrects himself. Looking into my eyes, he smiles.
It's affection.
Does he have a mole on his chest? I don't think I actually looked. And okay. Alright, that one's done. Let's mark it off in my book. Alright. And now we go back to my boy. Boop. Okay. I had an order. This one. Boop. Let's watch this one that pissed everybody off for no stupid reason. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. We're gonna look for the cat real quick. We found cat, chat. She was in kitchen. We think she was sleeping on a chair. Wrong button. We were looking for her because I thought she was with me. And I looked and I didn't see her. So then Doc came out of the bedroom and he goes, "Where's the cat?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I thought she was with you." Leave her kibble empty. Just saying. But we found her. So it's Ate. Hold on, chat, before I get started into this. What is this? This one. Okay, that's fine. This one. This one. That one. This is meow, 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 meow. Okay. Good, they fixed it. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, we're good, chat. I had to make sure she was safe. She is my kitten. And she likes to hide because she is liquid. I was like, please don't make me get on the floor and look under the couch. I don't feel like it. I will. I just don't want to. All right, let me grab water real quick. All right, we're good. 4 years ago, the Buyu sect leader passed away, and her keepsake, the ink jade, went missing. More precious than many treasures, it's a stone of great significance. A rumor states that whoever obtains the ink jade can become the Buyu sect leader and rule over Jinghu. Recently, hearsay claims the ink jade has reappeared. Hidden in Anlim's southeastern region, it rests in the mansion of the Lord of Anlin. The Imperial Court granted him a fief 2 months ago, too. In the blink of an eye, numerous individuals who converted the ink jade began to infiltrate Anlin.
Who's there?
After knocking out the 2 thieves who were about to climb over the wall of the Lord's mansion, I struggled to drag them to a hidden area. Shifu, seriously? You're causing trouble even from beyond the grave. Who would believe that the legendary, mysterious leader of the Buyu sect and a group of noble thieves was actually a careless old woman? The ink jade is the sect's leader's keepsake, and although it's of the highest grade, it's actually incapable of holding dominion over Jinghu. Its disappearance is all because of my Shifu, who loved alcohol, got drunk, and lost it. But Shifu raised me and taught me everything I know. I can't let her keepsake sow seeds of chaos. After grabbing a straw mat to cover the 2 unconscious thieves, I face the towering walls of the Lord's mansion. I need to quickly retrieve the ink jade and put an end to these pointless schemes. After silently scouting the gargantuan Lord's mansion, I stopped before an inconspicuous door. It's tucked away in the corner of an eastern courtyard. This is the only door whose lock has a mechanism. The 8th trigrams, rearranging the lines that represent yin and yang is simple. Q. It's not Qin. Quan at the position 3, Qn at the position 4, Sheen in the middle there. After a few careful attempts, the final cylinder turns. The lock's copper long releases its tightly clenched jaws. They have 2 L's in long chat. But as I push the door...
My lady, are you here for a stroll under the moon's tranquil gaze? Please forgive me for not welcoming you properly.
Bathed in serene moonlight, a tree with blooming pear blossom stands tall, and beneath it is a man wearing luxurious silk robes. Look how gorgeous, chat. Oh my god, they look so soft. Under the swaying shadows of flowers, he raises his cup towards me from across the courtyard. An effortless elegance accompanies his movements and demeanor.
As your host, I've been negligent in my hospitality.
Even the hair
Please
road
accept
is
this
perfect.
cup of tea as a modest token of my respect.
God. The teacup suddenly soars from his fingertips and heads straight for me. With lightning fast reflexes, I catch it. Not a single drop is spilled. Right? A hint of appreciation appears on his face, and the jade ornament at his waist reveals identity. My lord, you've offered me tea of the highest quality. Wouldn't it be a waste if I hadn't caught it? This man, Zane, has close ties to the royal family. He is also the royal lord in the current dynasty who doesn't share the imperial surname. Stationed at the northern border for several years, he has repeatedly distinguished himself in battle. To reward his meritorious contributions and show their respect, the imperial court gave him large territories. Anlin is included in that. Yet it's rather strange that this royal lord with a formidable reputation in the Northern Territories has kept to himself once he arrived in Anlin 2 months ago. He rarely appears in public. I thought people related to royalty were all flash and no substance, but he actually possesses real skills. Thank you for your kindness. However, I'm afraid sleep won't visit me tonight if I drink this tea. With a flick of my wrist, the teacup flies back to the table that's next to Zane.
Despite being well aware of my identity, you don't even show a hint of terror. My lady, your reputation as Nightbloom Jasmine, a renowned noble thief, suits you well.
That title is... It's a nice title. That title is... Such a title exists. It's odd and vivid, I admit.
Is that so? I find it rather elegant. The imagery of white jasmine petals sitting upon verdant sepals as a pure, refined fragrance surrounds them is striking.
Oh? Then what about the night bloom part?
To arrive under cover of night and swiftly depart like the wind itself, doesn't it suit your heroic charm?
As Zane speaks, I confirm that no ambushes have been set up. Slightly relieved, I shake my head. A noble thief is still a thief. You don't need to force yourself to praise me. In any case, I've learned that the sweeter a person's words are, the more likely they're accompanied by troubling matters.
Well, you're correct. I'd like to make a request, so I prepared a substantial reward. It's also why I've been waiting for you.
A substantial reward, you say? A sense of foreboding materializes, and my suspicions are confirmed when Zane pulls out the ink jade from his robes.
I heard the ink jade I acquired through fortunate circumstances has caused quite a stir. I believe it's also an important item to you.
Maybe.
I have a matter that requires your assistance. If you're willing to help, I shall present the ink jade to you with both hands once the task is complete.
Feeling the distant annoyance of having walked into someone else's meticulous trap, I narrow my eyes. I see. You deliberately spread rumors about the ink jade being here.
Of course. My lady, you walk like those who use ascending clouds to reach the moon, and your hands can steal that which is considered impossible to take. Alas, your notoriety in being impossible to track down means I must use rather unscrupulous tactics.
I don't like being manipulated. I've always disliked being manipulated. Farewell. I walk toward the courtyard wall. Zane makes no attempt to stop me, but his deep, composed voice follows me.
The mansion's walls are tall, and the tiles are slippery. When you visit again, perhaps you could try using the main entrance.
Rude. You're that confident about my return? Lord study 2 days later. When I returned to his mansion, I used the door as he suggested, but I'm not visiting as Nightbloom Jasmine. After that night, I made several more investigative trips to the mansion, but they yielded nothing. Today, I've disguised myself as a maid to infiltrate Zane's residence. If Zane isn't carrying the ink jade on him at all times, then it must be in a place he frequents. I give a few half-hearted swipes with my feather duster for appearance's sake before plucking a sweet from an ornate box sitting at the table. I put the candy in my mouth. Delicious. I can't believe a stern lord who led troops into battle has a weakness for sweets that children like. Ow, chat. Ow. Bit my tongue when I sneezed. I don't recommend. I spent some time searching the room. Thank you. But I find no secret passages or hidden compartments. There are only piles of official documents. This document rejects a request to expand official residences and redirects the fund to Anlin's orphanage?
My lord, we've captured several more intruders in the mansion these past few days. These fools' audacity could shake the heavens.
The music in these cards have been really good. Like, really upbeat. I hear voices outside the room, but before I can leave, the study's door is pushed open. Quick, duck! I bow to Zane and mimic the maids I've spotted before. His footsteps slightly falter.
Indeed. Their audacity can make even the heavens tremble. Strengthen the security measures throughout the mansion starting today. We need to prevent intruders with ulterior motives from infiltrating.
The guard acknowledges his orders, closes the door, and leaves. Zane's gaze sweeps over me briefly before he walks to the writing desk and sits down.
Come here and prepare the ink.
Any hesitation would give me away, so I have no choice but to pick up the ink stick and begin grinding it with water on the inkstone.
You're grinding ink, not sharpening a knife. Using that amount of force is unnecessary.
Yes, my lord. He unfolds a sheet of paper with golden flecks, but he makes no move to start writing.
The ink is too thick.
Nodding repeatedly while grabbing the ceramic container holding the water, I quickly put on a show of servile obedience. I pour the liquid into the inkstone.
Now it's too thin. Grind with a bit more force.
And so it continues. Add water if the ink is too thick, add ink if it's too thin, add water, add ink, add... I'm not sure when Zane put down the wolf hairbrush. Resting his chin on his hand, he focuses intently on the landscape painting hanging on the wall. I've had enough.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors.
Hide! Welcome in! You had a long day this morning. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in. It's glowing. It's a finger chat. It's fingers. Welcome in, Raiders. If we do not know each other, I am Riding the Waves. I am a variety streamer, and today we are playing Love in Deepspace, or Love in Depression, or whatever you want to call it. We're just going through cards that I have been very far behind on, from sort of old stuff to new stuff to we're just catching up. But Raiders, if you need to do anything post-stream, please make sure you go do it. We are all about self-care here. I want to make sure you guys are eating, drinking, stretching, and doing good things for yourselves. If you have to raid and run, I totally get it. If you want to hang out with us, you're more than welcome to. Again, we're playing Lads. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it is pretty good. It's pretty interesting. These are just memory cards. There's nothing main story into it. Did some fishing? Yeah. Hell yeah. See? Again, even on a free trial, you could just fish for the next bajillion years. Like, who cares about story? You got a fishing rod. The only downside is you can't catch the higher level fish because you'll be in a free trial. But like, you can just sit there and fucking fish. I think you're accessed to ocean fishing, right? I mean, which is valid. But if you can ocean fish, I freaking love ocean fishing. Yes, I do know why you did. And, you know, it's super valid. And story skipping is 100% a thing. So, you know. But still, if you can get some fulfillment out of the game, like, it's worth it. Should be able to ocean fish? Okay. I never remember what actually activates it, if it's a level thing or an area thing, so. I wonder if you'd be able to access the other places, though. Because I know there's some of them that I don't think are included in the free trial or won't be included yet. But yeah. Sweet! Hell yeah. Berries are amazing. I freaking love ocean fishing. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. My fishing is higher than, yeah. Valid. You're not the first person to hide, and you will not be the last, I am sure. Fishing is a lot of people's fun pastime, and it's valid. It's very cozy. There are some fish that make people want to rip their hair out, but for the most part, it's comforting. Don't put your... Okay, her tail's in her food dish, chat. Okay. He turns back to me for a moment, a hint of amusement dances in his eyes.
Your ink grinding technique is certainly less impressive than the skills you use for scaling walls and leaping across rooftops. But I thought you'd keep pretending for some time.
I put down the ink stick and touched the area behind my ear to carefully remove the facial prosthetics that disguise my true appearance. Since my fruitless attempts to directly steal the ink jade haven't gotten me anywhere, cooperating with Zane seems to be my only option. The sooner I get the ink jade from you, the sooner I can end the chaos it's causing. Let's discuss that deal you mentioned earlier in more detail. Right? It's comforting in most games. In some games it sucks, but in most games it's actually really fun. So you want me to steal the letters that prove Li Gao colluded with pirates when he hosts his 60th birthday banquet. The governor has entrenched himself in Anlin for years while embezzling funds and treating people's lives as worthless. During my travels, I've heard of and witnessed his crimes firsthand. I know people give Final Fantasy 15 a lot of flack, but it had amazing fishing. Like, I loved fishing in that game. It was just great. Anlin is far away from the imperial capital and has grown wealthy through flourishing trade and water transportation, but Li Gao imposes heavy taxes. The commoners are angry yet too afraid to speak out. Yeah, but 15 isn't an MMO. It is simply a normal story game, but the main character loves to fish, so they put fishing in the game, and you can sit and just side quest fish. Some of it you can use for food, some of it's for money. It's whatever. But it's just fun. In recent years, his tyranny has gotten worse. Now he colludes with pirates to establish checkpoints along sea routes, looting merchant ships at will.
That man has committed countless atrocities and is a cancer upon Anlan. I wanted to remove him for a long time. However,
you had to speedrun them, and they don't even matter in 14. Doesn't matter if you've never played them.
Refused to leave his residence under the pretense of being ill.
Yep. He's that alert, I'd say he's almost as good as a thief.
Although he remains in his home, he has placed spies around my residence. Surely you must have noticed during your visits these past few days.
He knew about my whereabouts this whole time and waited for me to agree to his proposal. Zane stands up and opens the window to reveal the boundless, beautiful spring scenery and sunshine outside.
And as I'm being watched, he sends luxurious carriages, fine horses, and precious jewels to test me.
You accepted all of that?
I did.
What? You...
When the evidence of bribery is delivered to my door, there's no reason for me to refuse.
Zane turns, opens a drawer, and takes out an elegantly bound thin booklet. It's an invitation to Li Gao's birthday banquet.
He's been widely distributing these to the powerful and wealthy. He also noticed how I've only accepted his gifts. Since I haven't shown any favor in return, this birthday banquet will be used to push the relationship further along.
You're quite popular, my lord. If he could curry favor with you, the true ruler of this territory, he'd be more embroiled in his corruption. I take the invitation from Zane's hand and examine it thoroughly. I turn it over several times.
His residence is heavily guarded. Evidence as incriminating as letters connecting him to criminals must be hidden in a secret location.
And since the birthday banquet will be lively with its many guests, it's the perfect opportunity. But Li Gao is too cunning and cautious. He requires visitors to leave their attendants outside and enter his residence alone. I ponder how to sneak in. Zane waits quietly for a moment before suddenly speaking again.
Although I might not excel at pickpocketing or detecting hidden traps, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety on that day.
Oh, he's so sweet, chat. His tone is calm yet reassuring to an extent. I look at Zane and an idea comes to mind. Touch. Are you married? Are you married, my lord?
Not yet.
Do you have a lover? Then do you have a lover? One who is close to your heart?
Why are you asking these questions?
I'm plotting, shush. If you have neither, then I shall be your consort for a few days. Between acting as your legal wife and moving as a thief, the former is more convenient. I'll attend the banquet as your beloved, who's inseparably devoted to her lord. The gal will focus all his attention on you, but who would spare a glance for a drunken lady seeking a place to rest?
You truly know how to adapt to the circumstances.
I mean, I'm a thief. It's kind of my job description. However, I have one condition. However, I won't take responsibility for you after our marriage ends.
You worry too much. Ours is merely a relationship for work-related matters.
After we succeed, we'll finalize our exchange of the rewards, which includes the ink jade. What do you think? I extend my ink-stained pinky finger toward him. Zane doesn't hook his pinky with mine. Instead, he lowers his gaze, pulls out a handkerchief from his sleeve, dampens it with water from the ceramic container, and places it on my fingertip.
We have a deal, my lady.
He even cleaned up after me, Chad. He's so sweet. Shut up, I hate it. That's adorable. But Zane has already been in Anlin for over 2 months. If his wife suddenly appeared now, everyone would find it suspicious. After our discussion, we decided to spread a story. The Lady of Anlin is unable to endure an arduous journey, so she traveled slowly southward from the Northern Territories. As a result, she only just arrived in Anlin. A couple separated for 2 months would be so inseparable upon their return, so it would make more sense for me to always be by Zane's side during the birthday banquet. But having those identities isn't enough. Our words and actions must be believable to convince others that our lies are truths. So for the past 2 days, I've been practicing the routine of Zane's wife as per his request. We've agreed to act affectionate when others are present. This will ensure the devotion between the Lord and his beloved is known throughout Anlin. That afternoon, several large trunks filled with exquisitely crafted, expensive garments are delivered to my room.
My lady,
Adorable.
Your unmatched beauty and grace are like spring itself. Our humble shop is honored to make clothes for you.
Love it. Thank you for the if you acquire more exquisite fashionable garments in the future, please deliver them to the Lord's residence.
Be at ease, my lady. Every new design from our Liu Xian boutique will be delivered to you first in the future.
Good, good. Are there any lightweight, durable shirts and pants in the selection?
Of course. The Lord specifically instructed us to make them. You can take a look. We have all the clothes you could possibly want. The Lord truly caters to your every need.
As gold befits the high, my beloved deserves the finest attire.
It just looks so good on him.
Are these to your liking? If you desire anything else, I shall ensure more are made for you.
To us, beloved in every breath, To use beloved in every breath, I didn't think he'd act so well. Wait, let's only continue with this performance. Act cute. It's good coloring on him. I take small, delicate steps towards Zane and playfully tap his chest. I love these clothes. I adore every single one of them.
My beloved has grown considerably stronger since arriving in Anlan. This land's feng shui truly nurtures one's vitality.
As he speaks, Zane takes half a step towards me and gently presses my hand against his chest. I feel a gentle pressure on my shoulder as his other hand draws me closer into a partial embrace.
There are some passable jewels in the treasury. Let me accompany you to select a few pieces. I hope they shall complement your attire.
We have matching hair pieces, please. He is giving it his all for this. I raise my voice to a higher pitch and draw out my words. My lord, you're so kind to me.
Our hearts beat as one.
That's
when you are happy, I will also be
gag-worthy.
happy.
But I love it.
My lord, my lady, you have a wonderful relationship. My goodness, anyone who sees you together would be jealous.
That's like so gross, Chad, but so adorable at the same time. Right? With a big smile, the boutique owner accepts her reward and leaves. I quickly distance myself from Zane. Luishing Boutique is the largest, most successful clothing store in the city. Everyone will know of our relationship in less than half a day. You are certainly skilled at spoiling someone, my lord. But to further cement our story, wouldn't you say it was too extravagant?
If we must perform, we should commit. In any case, Clothes are adding flowers to brocade, luxury with little value. One's demeanor is what matters.
Are you saying I wasn't convincing enough as your beloved?
We still have a few days before the banquet. It wouldn't hurt to refine your skills. Take the pressure of your touch when being flirtatious and the tone you use, for instance.
All right, I'll study these aspects more carefully from now on. I bent down, searching through the chest for those sets of lightweight practical attire. I must thank you for preparing garments not only for the Lady of Anlin, but also for the Nightbloom I hold up a small garment, its fabric as thin as cicada wings. Looking at Zane, I raise an eyebrow. No wonder people made remarks about the Lord being attentive, who even ordered someone to make nightwear.
Oh, this... I suppose it is a gift from the boutique.
Can't lie, I love it. Beautiful chat. Before dawn, several days later, in the corner of the courtyard belonging to the Lord's mansion, I stand up from my position on the stable's roof. I plan to return to my room before anyone wakes up. Last night, I investigated Li Guan's residence without informing Zane. It was heavily guarded, just as he said. Despite my agility and having studied the map of the residence that he gave me, I almost got caught.
You have remarkable stamina, my lady. You work diligently during the day and perch on the rafter like a swallow before dawn.
I look down. Zane is feeding fresh hay to the dark horse in our stable. You woke up early, my lord.
It's not early anymore. The rooster already crowed.
Go down. Why I can't have nice things, chat.
You were absent all night. I was extremely worried.
You were so concerned that you didn't sleep and decided to feed the horses at the crack of dawn?
Yes.
I was only teasing him, yet I noticed his clothes are damp with dew from last night. He actually waited for me? Then, assuming you couldn't sleep, you're very thoughtful. You feed the horses yourself, and as they say, horses can't be strong without night feed. My words don't convey what I want to say. I avert my gaze and mimic him by picking up some hay to feed the horse.
Waiting for you to return is a new habit of mine. Personally feeding horses, however, is an old habit from when I stayed at a military camp.
Although this horse is no longer young, it has a refined head, a good neck, and an agile build. It's unlike ordinary horses. This is the war horse you brought?
Yes. He has followed me for many years. We relied on each other during dangerous situations. I consider him a close friend.
Can't the same be said about people? Only by sharing hardships do hearts truly connect? I raise my hand to gently stroke the horse. The daylight is brighter than before, and Zane's gaze suddenly falls on my face. Why are you looking at me like that? Nightbloom Jasmine has roamed the world and witnessed secular society for years. I'm allowed to have philosophical moments.
I'm looking at a swallow whose face is covered in the eave's mud.
Rude. He reaches out, seemingly wanting to wipe the mud from my face. Yet before he touches me, he remembers something.
You visited the governor's mansion.
In our line of work, reconnaissance is essential. Know thine enemy. You know this well.
Were you injured?
I memorized, not mesmerized, the map of Li Guan's mansion you gave me and managed to avoid many traps. His furrowed brow relaxes slightly.
The birthday banquet will be held in a few days. Until then, there's no need for you to return to that place.
Zane washes his hands, then takes out a handkerchief from his sleeve. It's the one he used to wipe away ink stains on my finger. My chin is gently lifted as he wipes my cheek. His movements are gentle, yet they carry a firmness that doesn't allow for resistance. My face. You use so much force, my face hurts. He pauses.
Surely you jest. If you had truly been injured at Li Gui's mansion, the pain would be 100 times worse than what I'm doing.
In spite of his words, there's an unmistakable concern on his face.
When you have a plan next time, tell me in advance. After all, we're still working together.
Oh, you truly care for your collaborators, my lord. A subtle feeling of disappointment quietly washes over me. I'm used to handling matters by myself. Seeking shelter under someone else's roof feels strange.
The eaves of my mansion are wide. Weren't you climbing down from them, my lady?
Lord's mansion several days later. Must we do this? In the study, Zane glances at the limited space on the divan next to him. Divan? Next to him, then he looks at me.
At Li Gui's birthday banquet, you will need to accompany me and sit by my side. If you stay 3 feet away from me while appearing cold and distant, even the blind would question your identity as my wife.
We're not wrong. Sit beside him. I sit down next to him.
Come closer.
Yeah, sit on his lap. Move closer.
You could.
Any closer will result in me sitting on your lap. See, chat, what I just say. Sit on his lap.
Let's not forget the Lord and his lady are in love. This is how it should be.
Sit on his lap. I sit on Zane's lap. Half of my body is pressed against his chest. Is this close enough?
It's adequate.
Adequate. As he speaks, he opens a thick ledger before him.
This is the inventory of my treasury. Take a look.
Damn. Land, houses, shops, pearls, jade, gold, silver. It has everything. Your wealth is substantial to say the least.
Does anything catch your eye?
Everything is to my liking. You've shown me your entire inventory. However, aren't you afraid that I might help myself later if I need money?
There's no need to wait for later. Being pampered breeds greed. If you were truly the Lady of Anlan, you'd point at the items and demand them from me at this moment.
Right?
Go on. Try it.
My lord, could I... No, that golden quilin is shiny. Everything about it is adorable. Could you give it to me, please?
No.
Rude. Didn't you say I should make requests? Why aren't you giving me anything? Are you toying with me?
Your tone was too polite. It needs to be lofty, domineering. That last sentence was better.
I'll show you how demanding I can be. I pull the ledger toward me and guide his loosely held arm around my waist. Adopting a haughty attitude, I act as if I'm ordering dishes at a restaurant. I like this palm-sized mutton fat white jade pendant, my lord.
It's yours.
Oh, that miasma repelling pearl, exquisite lock, divine key. I want everything on this page.
I'll have them delivered to your room.
I also want this. This and that entire page. I want all of them.
I'm willing to give everything to my beloved. There's also armor made with golden thread. It's impervious to all blades. Remember to wear it next time you go out.
I shall gratefully accept it. I need it for the birthday banquet. I feel slightly lightheaded, but I can't tell if it's from my rapidly expanding fortune or because I'm close to Zane. I've been in his embrace for so long.
What else do you want?
Can you give me the ink chain now?
Not until our task is complete.
Oh, so your generosity is only for the sake of appearances.
We have an agreement that cannot be broken.
Tease him. I turn to the side, wrap my arms around Zane's neck, and deliberately press myself against him. You won't hand me over to the authorities and throw me in prison once I've helped you, yes? Zane tilts his head to look at me. For a moment, I can't read his expression. When that happens, perhaps you could arrange a prison cell for me that's in a warm winter and cool in summer, and I can eat food that doesn't spoil. We have a relationship after all.
So long as I am here, I won't let you go to such a place again.
Aw. His expression is earnest. He is not joking. Again? Why are you aware of what I've done?
2 years ago, you helped save a family that was being oppressed by a corrupt local official in Tong County. However, that family feared retaliation and betrayed you.
Damn.
The authorities hunted you down for many days before sending you to prison.
That sucks. Oh, let's consider it a minor mishap. Even the best can stumble sometimes. The worst part is that the corrupt official falsely accused me of several capital crimes. I refuse to sit there and accept my fate. I was about to pick the lock and sneak out when the guards released me for no apparent reason. But how do you know about this incident?
Letting someone perish in the cold when they have brought warmth to others would dishearten people throughout the land. I couldn't let it happen.
Chat, he saved my life. A thought flashes through my mind. You were the one who ordered my release? No, that's not right. I didn't know you back then.
But I knew you. 4 years ago, during winter's coldest days, you traveled to the Northern Territories. The snow reached up to our waists, and the enemy invaded with overwhelming force. I led troops to counterattack, but we were outnumbered and besieged for many days. Supplies from the city were almost cut off. I covered for my personal guard so he could sneak away. I sent him to the south with a keepsake, because he needed to request aid from the nearest main camp.
Look at this lore dump, chat. 4 years ago, during winter's coldest days, I traveled to the Northern Territories. My Shifu had just passed away, and I was drowning in my sorrows. I wanted to see the snow to clear my mind. However, when I heard about the battles, I returned to the south. During that time, I inadvertently saved a soldier who had been ambushed and seriously wounded. I was the one who delivered the keepsake to the main camp to request aid on his behalf. Although I couldn't tour the Northern Territories because of military conflict, I heard about the events that occurred after I delivered the keepsake. Reinforcements arrived and coordinated with the Lord. They finally repelled the enemy and ensured they would never dare to move south again. Once Zane's deployment had ended and he led his troops away, the locals continued to display his military flag on the city walls to intimidate potential invaders.
After putting in a significant amount of effort, I discovered that the young lady who delivered the keepsake was from the Buyue sect. She's the proud disciple of the late sect leader. I wanted to thank you personally, but your whereabouts were elusive. For many years, I never found an opportunity. I'm not certain when it started. Keeping track of your activities gradually became a habit. That's why I was able to provide assistance in Tong County.
His hand casually brushes across the ledger.
Gold, silver, jewels. No matter how rare objects are, they're worthless and incomparable to a kind, brave heart.
He's been looking for me for years. And how do I meet him? By breaking into his house.
But if these could bring you joy, I wouldn't mind giving them all to you.
He's so sweet. Profound emotions stir in my heart, their ripples spreading through every fiber of my being. His tone is generally sincere. I feel a lump forming in my throat. So our paths have crossed already. I am fortunate that I unknowingly helped you in the Northern Territories. Good deeds truly are rewarded.
You say unknowingly, yet I see it as a mere instance of cause and effect. If you hadn't delivered that message, our paths would have never become intertwined. I still wish there were fewer connections formed through warfare and incidents like the one in Tong County.
I couldn't agree more. I often think that if I were to give up a life of thievery, it'd be because the world has found peace.
Fighting for justice is important, and the same can be said about filling your stomach.
Thief. I quickly move off his lap, stretch, and try to act nonchalant. I'm tired of all these fancy delicacies. I want to go out to eat. Would you do me the honor of joining me, my lord?
When my beloved makes a request, how could I refuse?
He stands up and smooths out the wrinkles I had left on his robe.
Let the person who found wealth today treat us to a meal.
So a kind, brave heart is worth less than a meal? A little yep. Days at the mansion pass quickly. In 2 more days, it'll be time for Li Guo's birthday banquet. Under Zane's guidance, I take on the appearance of the pampered Lady of Anlin. In merely 10 short days, Zane and I have already become the center of attention among Anlin's citizenry. Stories abounded. One spoke of the Lord spending a fortune to see his lady smile. Another described how he'd order elegant delicacies to be rushed in from hundreds of miles away whenever she had a craving. A novel titled The Lord Only Wants to Dote on His Lady was quickly published. It sold out in the blink of an eye. That is such a title. The Lord Only Wants to Dote on His Lady. That's too many words. Inland spring is often windy, but today's sunlight is bright. I invite Zane to dress casually for a leisurely visit to the tea fields on the city's outskirts. The fields cascade across the hillsides. In a tea house private room, the storyteller's voice fills our ears.
And so, the noble thief couple severely punished the big bully. A great satisfaction filled everyone's hearts.
Yay! New mouse pad!
To find out what happens next, you'll have to wait for the next installment.
Love it, chat. Nice.
You appeared to be captivated
Nice.
by that tale. Does a story like that resonate with you?
Yes, but also no. People meet in part ways, but traveling alone is never as interesting as journeying with someone. A heroic couple like that is invaluable. The tea on the table gives off a refreshing fragrance. I pour a cup for Zane and notice he seems to be lost in thought. Have you visited the tea fields on the city outskirts, my lord?
No, I'm afraid I haven't yet. I've only been in Anlan for a little over 2 months. Every day I'm buried in administrative affairs, and when I leave my residence, it's mainly to inspect the territories under my jurisdiction.
Why are you echoing in my ears?
If you hadn't invited me for an outing, I wouldn't have seen this year's beautiful spring.
A fresh breeze sweeps past, and many people use this chance to send their kites flying.
Most of the people flying kites are young couples. Is this a custom here?
Yes, I heard that lovers fly kites together in spring. It's almost akin to exchanging vows. Have you ever flown one?
The northern territories are plagued by the bitter cold, and their winds are fierce. Then there's the fact that I don't know how to fly a kite.
That's valid. I don't either, Zane. There's something our lord doesn't know how to do?
Leading troops into battle is what I excel at. But this, I'm practically clueless.
Zane silently looks at me, spring's gentle light falling upon his delicate eyelashes. My heart feels as if a tiny paw is tickling it. I'll teach you. Well, why should we wait for an auspicious date? I'll teach you now. The words barely leave my mouth when I remember I just explained the romantic significance of lovers flying kites together. Yet he's already nodding his head with delight.
I'd like to thank you in advance.
I spring to my feet and point at a small kite stall. Small kite stall down the hillside. One can see it from the window. That was me this time, Chad. I can't yell at the game for that one. I'll buy one. Wait for me here. I'd like a spring swallow kite, please. I'm about to pay the vendor when a godly dressed man with greasy hair appears beside me.
You're a gorgeous young lady, yet I haven't seen you before. You're not from Anlan. Do you know who I am?
Ew, you're a greasy person. He's Li Sheng, the nephew of Li Gao. He's notorious for bullying men and women and consistently stirring up trouble. Last month, I dug up his wealth that he obtained through illicit means. It was buried under a tree in his garden. I exchanged it for food supplies and donated them to the orphanage. I don't know.
Well, that doesn't matter. My uncle is Anlan's governor, Sir Li Gui.
He tilts his head back with a smug expression and pretentiously opens his folding fan. He waves it with an exaggerated elegance.
The world is ever changing. We were destined to meet. How delightful! It's splendid. Absolutely splendid.
Steal his money. I'll teach you a lesson. Oh, so you're Li Sheng. I wish to buy a kite, but I forgot to bring money. Could you buy one for me, please?
Of course, of course. If you wanted every kite from one end of the continent to the other.
But it's okay, chat. I'm gonna rob him blind. Like, right under his nose. I'm gonna just take all his money. So it's fine. It's fine. We're okay with this. He reaches for his pouch, but his expression immediately changes.
My pouch? My money?
Mr. Li Sheng's boasting can soar higher than any kite. His expression shifts and he unexpectedly grabs my wrist.
It's just a worthless kite. What can't I get? If you come with me... Ow!
Please go home and seek a good physician.
I fucking love that one. Oh my god.
It hurts! It hurts! Help! Someone, please!
And the fact that he's not a physician in this just makes that line all the more beautiful. Hearing Li Shang's cries of pain, several thuggish henchmen come running.
I'm in agony. I've met living demons.
I laughed so hard I started crying because it was just so funny. I'm in agony. After tying up Li Shang and his servants and leaving them nearby, I can poke the composed Lord of Anlan. Our Lord Magnificent as the gallant hero who rescued a damsel in distress.
You flatter me. The manner in which you deftly lifted his pouch was also impressive.
Thank you, it's a skill. I give the pouch filled with the money to the kite vendor. Unfortunately, the stall was smashed to pieces, and no kites can be flown anymore.
There are still spring days ahead of us. We have plenty of time.
What should we do with them? Tomorrow is the birthday banquet. If we release them now, our targets will be aware of our plans.
Fear not.
You're awfully confident. Don't tell me you can act like a haughty lord from a novel. I speak of the one who can snap his fingers and have guards appear to clean up his mess.
Are you referring to this?
I'm still dying over the dude in the background. Like, I'm just crying over it. You actually brought your guards? Why didn't you call for them earlier?
You said you admired heroic couples who carry their swords and embark on journeys together.
Fucking love it. I can't. I quit. The best is because nothing's titled. Like there's no subtitle on it. You just hear the guy in the background. Okay. Li Gao's mansion is adorned with colorful lanterns and festive decorations. The furnishings are luxurious and extravagant. Countless delicacies and fine wines flow like rivers as they reach the tables. The attendees themselves are either nobles or wealthy individuals. As several celebratory opera performances conclude on the stage built in the spacious courtyard, an enormous kite suddenly appears in the sky.
Hey, look! What kind of brilliant golden kite is that? You don't know? Every year on Sir Li Gui's birthday, he has people release a kite made of gold leaf.
I remember. Each year's kite is more magnificent than the last. This one has jewels embedded in it.
That's not a kite. That's people's hard-earned money flying away. I turned to Zane only to find him slightly furrowing his brow.
You're new to Anlan. I suppose you aren't familiar with this custom of ours.
Indeed, I'm not. To make a kite adorned with gold, silver, and jewels take flight, you must have been in favorable circumstances. Even the wind is seemingly at your beck and call.
The materials we use in Anlan are different from those used elsewhere. But outsiders unfamiliar with our ways might have several misunderstandings. Should this humble servant provide an explanation, my lord?
My lord, please don't listen to Sir Li Gao's nonsense. As far as I know, Anlin only has the custom where lovers fly kites together to pledge their undying love. Yet Sir Li Gao's beard is already gray. Who could possibly be pledging his love to? Li Gao narrows his eyes, yet his tone becomes more flattering.
Your words are amusing, my lady.
Right? I mean, I guess gold leaf would be thin enough, but then you'd have the jewels to weigh it. I don't know. Kites are weird. Ah, I spoke out of turn. Let me offer a toast to Sir Li Gao as an apology and punish myself with 3 cups of wine.
You are too kind. I'm an old man who's been ill and couldn't visit his lordship sooner. Today we will drink to our heart's content.
Seeing me toast Li Gao, several guests immediately gather. One after another, they raise their cups. These people were waiting to see how Zane and I would treat Li Gao.
Your lordship, Sir Li Gui. I'd
Li
like to offer a
Gui.
toast
Chat,
in
Li
your honor.
Gui. It's G and Wei.
Me as well. Come, let's drink. There's plenty of liquor.
After several rounds of drinks, the music, singing, and dancing continue without pause. Li Wei. Yeah. It's just like the dude that I used to email at work. His last name is Wei, but it's spelled W-E-I. I had to have it explained to me multiple times because my brain just kept forgetting. Wei. After several rounds of drinks, the music, singing, and dancing continue without pause. I pretend to be drowsy and unable to hold my liquor. I cling to Zane and refuse to let go. Not wanting me to interrupt his attempt to curry favor with Zane, Li Gui predictably orders attendants to escort me to the guest room. But just as I stand, Zane suddenly picks me up and carries me away. Zane places me on the guest room's bed and gently pats my cheek.
Are you actually drunk?
Never. Are you underestimating me, my lord? You gave me a sobering remedy, so the few sips I had won't be enough to make me drunk. You could have let the attendants escort me. There was no need for you to bring me here personally. I glance at the closed door and urge Zane to hurry. Li Wei's people are still outside. You need to return to the banquet so I can start working. But Zane doesn't move. What is it? Is there another matter we need to discuss?
My personal guards have already surrounded the mansion. As soon as we have the letters, we will depart immediately.
Zane covers my hand with his as he cautions me once more.
Be careful.
Yes, sir. I won't fail. After all, I'm the Night Bloom Jasmine, the thief you chose after careful consideration. Oh, yes. I almost forgot about that.
What?
If I happen to clean out the old man's treasury, you need to turn a blind eye. The place where Li Gui hides his letters is riddled with traps, but to still manage to find the incriminating evidence and return to Zane's side. With irrefutable evidence against him, Li Gui is brought to justice. His accomplices are dealt with accordingly, and the disease that has plagued Anlin and its neighboring land for years is no more. Since our task is complete, I spend the next morning slowly packing my belongings. I prepare to say goodbye to Zane. A fragrance fills the Lord's courtyard. This is where my mouth is. Ours are the devil. And as a gentle, warm breeze caresses my face, I realize it's already mid-spring. It's really pretty. It's also massive. Zane has set down his ink brush at his desk.
Are you leaving today?
Yes, when the task is completed, collaborators always part ways. It's impossible to stay by your side until you tire out of me and order me to leave, yes?
The mansion has many rooms. We won't miss the one you're using.
This Night Bloom Jasmine still has vigilante work to do, my lord. He says nothing more, rises to retrieve the ink jade, and then walks over to give it to me.
The ink jade has returned to its rightful owner. Our collaboration has come to an end.
He's so sad, chat. Right? Take the ink jade. Finally, my phone is not charging. That's not good. Finally, the stone that has caused so much turmoil and brought Zane and me together rests in my hands.
Here are the items you wanted from the ledger along with money for your travels. Please take them.
Hold on, chat. Please hold. Oh, not that. Not that either. He's so sad. He's like, shit, I didn't want her to leave. Okay. Are you charging? You're charging. Yay. He pushes a neatly packed bundle on the table toward me.
My personal seal is inside it. Carrying it will make your travels more convenient.
Your lordship is thoughtful and attentive. Thank you. I pick up the bundle, but my hand pauses as I touch the door. If I don't ask the question that has lingered in my mind for days, I fear I'll never have another chance. I heard that when someone is this kind to another, he's either trying to take advantage of her,
proving
or
that she's near and dear to his heart.
You like me? Zane, do you actually like me?
Renowned for her wit and knowledge, the Nightbloom Jasmine is chivalry incarnate, and yet she's slow to realize certain matters.
I'm a little slow, chat. We've noticed this. He speaks with utter candor, his unwavering gaze staying on me. The bundle weighs heavily in my hands, yet something in my chest sleeps with joy. But Zane, there are words I want to express, emotions I want to tell him. However, the chaos in my mind renders me unable to find the right words. He looks tired, chat. Zane waits quietly for me, then the back of his hand brushes against my cheek.
I know you have unfinished business. As you once told me, there will always be meetings and farewells.
Hi, Nike. Welcome in. Thank you for the check-in. He takes a half step back and washes as I open the door to leave.
Take care.
Aww. I left Anlin and traveled to every corner of the continent so I could quell the unrest caused by the ink jade. Then I buried it at my Shifu's grave. In the bundle Zane prepared for me, there was a thick journal he had written and some precious items that proved useful for my journey. It was filled with descriptions of the vast northern territories, its landscapes, customs, and people. Zane had records of them during his time there. His writings were so rich and vivid that it made me yearn to see the scenery in the north. I treasured it deeply. I only read one page a day, the wish I had long abandoned because of military conflict. The desire to visit the northern territories stirred in my heart once more. After finishing the journal, I discovered a note tucked into the final page. The date written at the bottom was the day I had left his mansion.
I've received a message that frost will arrive early in the northern territories this year. The sky may be graced with an aurora. I wish to journey there with you so that winter shall not pass in vain, my beloved.
Aww. Lying on the rafters, I lift a tile to peek at the study below. Inside, candlelight illuminates the room. Zane, holding an ink brush, sits at his desk. On it sits a swallow-shaped kite that has just been completed.
It's windy, and you've been resting on the roof for quite some time. Aren't you cold?
He doesn't look up, yet he's speaking to me.
Come down.
God, this card is massive. Holy shit.
When did you return to Anlan?
I arrived early this morning.
You left so decisively that day. Why did you come back?
Although he's acting aloof, he's soft-hearted. It is he who gave me the journal and left a note. He wanted me to return. That note. It's because of your journal and the note that was tucked inside.
What note?
Seeing his calm expression as he pretends to be unaware, I angrily raise my leg. Take him.
You're being unreasonable.
You're pretending! Our winter agreement hadn't arrived yet, but there are matters we can still deal with now.
Are you planning to steal something again? I doubt my mansion has anything left that's worthy of your interest.
How do you know for certain? I pointed Zane's kite. I'm stealing that.
The kite was crafted and painted by my noble hands. Since it can only be flown together with my Lady of Anlan, I won't give it to you.
Your lordship doesn't get to decide what happens to the kite. Yes. While he's still stunned, I swiftly grab the kite and walk away triumphantly. What, so you'll only fly a kite with your Lady of Anlan? Just you wait. Yeah, take that! And one of these! And just like smooch marks on his face. After taking the kite, I don't leave the mansion. I return to my old room instead. The room is immaculate and everything is arranged exactly as I left it. Zane must have ordered the servants to clean it regularly. He was waiting for my return. His words are harsh, but he still has a gentle heart. I'll try to coax him tomorrow. Early the next morning, I change into the outfit I wore as the Lady of Anlin, hang the kite on the tree, and carefully approach Zane. He's reading in the pavilion. I didn't get those. I couldn't justify it. Oh, these cards?
Remember to use the main entrance, lest you want to be caught as a thief.
The lipstick. I didn't either. It was on a Caleb card. I wasn't spending $250 on a Caleb card. Make him smile. Poke. Look at that pretty outfit I'm wearing. Don't be upset. Won't you smile for me?
You should head back.
Rude. Climb over. My kite is stuck in that tree and I can't reach it. Won't this almighty Lord help me, please? Act cute.
Where is it? Lead the way.
Why is he such a brat all of a sudden? My god. I love that outfit. Oh my god. Applaud him. Your skills are truly extraordinary. God damn it. Stop it. Your skills are truly extraordinary, my lord.
You say you teach me how to fly a kite.
What? There's a dude? What? There are many dudes. It's lads.
Don't give me that look. I won't break a promise that's yet to be fulfilled. Its defiant spirit resembles yours.
Oh, I missed it. I never expected the roof of your... God damn it. I never expected the roof of your mansion to be so fragile.
When the mansion was first built, I had yet to meet this unconventional swallow.
Adorable. You are still holding me, my lord. Is it...
I'm afraid.
Is it because you're no longer angry with me?
You might vanish without a trace. Like this kite. You move so swiftly. Securing you like this is the only way to stay safe.
High string. You aren't wrong since you and I... Hold on, just do it this way. You aren't wrong since you and I are entangled together, my lord. I guarantee neither of us can run away.
That promise is quite reassuring.
Yeah.
Then this custom will be.
Make a promise.
Our promise.
Adorbsable. So cute. That winter, the Lord and his beloved are nowhere to be seen in Anlin. Some say they were spotted in the northern territories. The Lord wore his black attire as his reclusive beloved accompanied him to admire the snow-covered landscape. When the beginnings of spring appeared in the following year, a new novel titled The Cold Lord's Boundless Affection became the most popular subject in Anlin. You're both so happy. Clap, 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 chat. Clap, clap. That was the longest fucking card out of all the ones we watched today. Jesus Christ. I had 2 more I wanted to watch, but legit, chat, I gotta go make dinner. It's a good thing we kept it simple. Shit. Look at this. Look how fucking long this was. My God, I love it. It was great. Right? I liked it. It was cute. I don't think it was my favorite card. I think it was cute though. But chat, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. I gotta close the window, chat. It got really fucking cold. Brr. Yeah, I enjoyed it. This was fun. We still have a ton of cards to get through. Will I do another day like this? Maybe. Will I do it on camera? Probably absolutely not. Chat, I'm a VTuber for a reason. Thank you, Remy. Thank you for encouraging me to do this. I appreciate it. I tease and bust balls, but I appreciate it. Oh, come on, you saw it last week. You saw it, no, I'm sorry, you saw it 2 weeks ago for like 8 hours because then tech broke and I froze and I couldn't get it back on. Yes, it is. It's enough. It's plenty. You know, I think it's too much. I think we should make it like every 6 months, every year, every, I don't know, reward something. But chat, so we have some stuff. Let me just talk about some stuff real quick because I didn't talk about it earlier. Dude, that week was week on the sun from hell. Dude, that week was the week on the sun and hell. Well, I'm glad. This was a better week. I know Dog had a week from hell, but that's because last week my week was the week from hell, so this week had to be his week from hell, and the next week will be fine. Oh my God, it was awful. I was chat. Some things. So, tomorrow we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. We're doing maps for the Moogle event. If you want to join, please just be in Ishgard around 2:30 Eastern. So about a half hour after the start of stream, and we're gonna form map groups and we're going to do maps. I don't know what maps are required for the Moogle event. I don't know if there's anything that's required. It might just be any, it might just be the new ones. I don't know, I haven't looked, but we're doing those. And then there is no stream on Monday. It will be on Tuesdays now. We're doing the side quests of Kingdom Hearts because we're almost done with one, and the game is pretty much yelling at me to do side stuff before I finish the game. So that is the plan. There is no stream on Wednesday. No, I lied. So there's no stream on Monday. Kingdom Hearts on Tuesday. Wednesday, chat, is my 4-year anniversary for being a Twitch affiliate. So we are playing Jackbox on stream on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern. All you will need to join to play is a cell phone, chat, because you just go to jackbox.tv and you plug in your code. You might be able to play on your computer. I don't actually know. I've always played it on a cell phone, but that's what we're doing on Wednesday. We're playing Jackbox. And it's free to basically the first 6 members. I think there's a browser link, right? I always play it with Doc on my cell phone, so I don't really know. But I don't know if I can go Crossworld messed up all my jobs to talk about my Reaper. What? How did that happen? All right, so you know what happens, Remy? You just come along and be cute and we just keep you safe. I mean, that's a thing. Just saying. You just look cute. But yeah, so that's that. So Wednesday we're doing Jackbox. Thursday there's no stream. Friday we're in Baldur's Gate 3. And then Saturday will be a late Final Fantasy 14 stream because I have things to do in the afternoon. So I will be on later in the evening on Saturday. Took away them from your list, but yeah, but you still should have them. Like, can you just re-add them? And on my button. That's really weird. Do you by chance, Remy, have crimes? Because I know crimes will do that, and some people have to like uninstall shit and reinstall shit. But that is that plan. And then the 19th, chat, there is no stream. And then the week after, that's a whole big thing. I think it's broken, some of my stuff. Like, it's not for me because I don't use Crimes, but for my friend who has Crimes. That had them crash, and he's had to like uninstall stuff and whatever. I use the remotes. Okay, I don't know. That's really weird. That's really weird. I wonder if it was like a glitch in updating something. Yes, we call it Crimes. You can't talk about it, chat, so you call them Crimes. What is this? Cool. But yeah, chat, so that's that. I have maybe it is a server glitch. Also on the 18th, chat, I'm taking part in an Earth Day event. We are raid training for, I forget, I don't know, chat. I forget. Hold on, let me pull it up. Oh, chat, we're not doing Baldur's Gate on Friday. I have to find something else. All right, well, there's gonna be a stream on Friday. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be great. I'm not allowed. I am reading the rules, and the rules say, chat, the rules say please avoid M-rated games or 18+ games. We appreciate no games with major blood, gore, language. So that means Baldur's Gate 3 is out. And let's but yeah, maybe we'll just do Kingdom Hearts. That might be just easier, just do Kingdom Hearts. But anyway, chat, so that's the plan for this week. It's the thing. We got some stuff happening. I don't have Blockbuster, so I can't play that. I have things I want to show you, but I will wait until next weekend to show them to you. They just make me happy. They're just cool stuff. But yeah, chat, so as always, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. I do hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your night and a fantastic day tomorrow. Like I said, we'll be live tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern for Final Fantasy, and I'm very excited. And it's gonna be chill, just gonna be a Google event. We're gonna go raid out to somebody. Chat, who are we hanging out with today? Somebody pick somebody. Stop making me choose stuff. She's gonna lose waves in her freckles. Riao or Delilah? I don't... Sevi, you follow so many people I don't know. At least I know of Raptor. Raptor comes up on my TikTok all the time. She has beautiful covers. We can go hang out with Riao. I know she's like, what, she just started? Maybe not. Maybe she's been live for a while. Don't talk to me, chat. I don't know shit. She's been live for an hour and a half. Hi, I'm new. All right, chat. Go, please copy and paste the raid message because I need a new one and I'm too lazy to come up with one. Let's please have this work. I don't feel like typing out her old name. There we go. Awesome. Cool. All right, please copy and paste the raid message. Please go tell Riao that we said hello. UD and let's okay. Did my... Oh, it's not gonna work. Oh, thank you, Sevi. I forgot. I don't mix it up out because I was like, it's attached to all my VTuber stuff, and I'm not a VTuber, so why the fuck bother? I appreciate you. Yeah, it's close enough. But please go to tell Ria we said hello. Give the awesome, what a fantastic people that I know you can be and are. And like I said, I will see you guys tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern for Final Fantasy 14, where I am a gremlin behind the camera and my VTuber model's up. I love you guys. Drink what, take care of yourselves. Till later.